Oh, hey. It's been a minute, huh? It's been a minute. Well, fear ye not. You foul and ye tarnished. We're back, baby. Welcome! Welcome to the show! Welcome! 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 How's everybody doing? Are you good? Are you great? How's it feeling? Who's here? Say hi. Tell me you're here. Who's here? Who's here? Who's here? I want to see you. I want to know you. What's up, Higgs? How's it going, buddy? What's up, Pixie? What's up, Wheel? What's up, Chef Boyardee? Green Flame, Natural, Brent. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Alex, Natural Power, Raymond, Nicolaj. Hi, baby. What's up, artists? Baba, how's it going? Chris, welcome. Robert, you classic hooligan. Shades, love to have ya. Shades the Mothman, not Shades of the Mothman. I'm learning. I'm learning. What's up, Joe? Bildo, love to have you. Oh my god, earthquake. Holy moly. Bildo, thank you for the resub. Excuse me. Woo! Oh, my goodness gracious. Hi. How's everybody doing today? Are you doing well? I hope you're doing pretty well. It's good to see you. It's good to see your lovely faces. You're wonderful. We love having you here. What's new? What's up?
Hooray!
Hooray! What happened? Hi, good to be able to be around. Free time for work is great. Oh my god, I hate when people give me money and I don't pronounce their names right. Escusera, thank you very much. Where'd the music go, Cinder? Why'd the music leave? Where'd the music go? Where'd the music go? Where'd the music go, man? Man, where'd the music go? What's up, guys? How's it going? It's been a while. Robert Tables, giving out 5 subs. You're out of control, baby. You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind. Oh my god, subs really make things go crazy in the tip jar. I didn't realize that. Thank you very much. So, if this is your first time on my show, Raymond, 5 months? Oh my god. Greetings, I've been loving your party shorts recently. It brings such heart and soul to your channel while teaching some amazing lessons. Oh, thank you, buddy. Listen, the main reason why I started doing those shorts was because I was getting bored / sort of burning out of just being like, here's D&D advice. Blocko, 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 blocko. Here's D&D advice. Blocko, 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 blocko. Talk to your players. Talk to your dungeon master. Talk to your players. Talk to your dungeon master. Here's a stupid build. Here's a stupid build. I was getting bored of it. So I needed to switch things up. Fluffcopter, you're hungry? Thank you for the resub. Listen, man, if you're hungry, I suggest you get some food in that tummy tum. Get some food in that tummy tum, my guy. So yeah, I'm glad you're liking the shorts. Gina, what's up, Betty? Betty? Gina, I just bought my plane ticket to Indy. Gen Con. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I still have to... I have some fucking crazy... I might be doing some crazy stuff on the way back that I need to figure out still, but that's okay. One step at a time. Dude, it's crazy. You know what I'm so excited for, Gina? You're taller than me. That's the best. Because I don't think you think you're taller than me. But you are. I'm sure. I'm like 3.5 feet tall. I won't make you listen to me chew. Did I see what's up with Sam Riegel? No. I'll be honest. I have a deep love of Critical Role. Deep love. But I do not actively watch their stuff that much. I just don't have time. I was really into Critical Role during Season 1, which was also, it like timed perfectly with when I started doing my own dungeon mastering. You're used to being taller than people? Let's fucking go! Dude, I love a shoulder lean. Anyway, hi guys. So we're back with some homebrew review. My goodness, it's been a while since we've done a proper good old, big old wheel of homebrew. So if this is your first time on my channel, or you're new to my homebrew reviews, maybe you've started watching me later, maybe you're used to me wearing funny hats and stuff. Basically, the way that it works is you, the audience, can send in your homebrew, and we look at it together. I put it on a big wheel, I spin the wheel, and whichever piece comes up, we look at it. Before you submit homebrew, be aware, this is critical review. So we do a little bit of like, hey, good job, high five. But we do a lot of trying to elevate the piece and trying to appropriately tear it apart where it maybe is jumping the shark a little bit. And ideally, learn something and have some fun along the way. So if you do submit homebrew, I ask you like to tell me what your goals are, and that helps us kind of guide what kind of feedback we should give. Because if your goal is like, you're making a very specific item for a very specific player, that's a little different than if you are making a homebrew with the goal of like either sharing it publicly or ideally like having it like published one day. 7 months, dude. 2 months, man. We got 2 months left. We got 2 months left, Dice. And then our lives change forever. You discovered me like a year ago. That's cool. Well, buddy, from my shorts about creatures. Yeah, I used to do lots of shorts about monsters and stuff. Until our baby, you silly. 9 months. Everybody's excited for the year anniversary. I'm in it for the 9-month anniversary. What's up, Lorg? I take a week off, Lorg. I take a week off. I still remember how to pronounce your name. I learn. So what are we doing now? What we're doing now is called stalling. Why do we stall? Well, we're stalling to give people an opportunity to submit homebrew still. That being said, you can still continue to submit homebrew throughout the stream, but the sooner you're submitting, the more spins you're going to get. And the wheel does tend to grow over the course of the stream. So if you can get it in earlier, it just raises the chances of your piece getting picked a little bit. You just submitted your thing? Cool? Cool. The fact that I devoured Critical Role episodes because I wasn't playing at the time. Now I'm playing. It's like drugs. I feel that I need it less. Honestly, man, I feel that. So when I started watching Critical Role, it was because I was playing a lot of D&D in Baltimore, and then I moved to a new city, and I didn't have anyone to play D&D with, and I had never been a Dungeon Master before, so I started trying to be a Dungeon Master, and I kind of used Critical Role as, like, a way to, like, help guide me to sort of have a sense of, like, what the fuck does it even mean to be a Dungeon Master? And it had a pretty big impact, I think, on the way I run my games, although I don't think I run them as intensely as I used to. I think I've loosened up a bit. I don't like this song. Over. I don't want this one either. You're just chilling, not submitting? Alrighty. Sam released a video announcing that he was recovering from cancer. I have not seen that, but that's both bad and good news at the same time, right? That's weird. A weird feeling to have. I hope his recovery goes well. I also have not seen any information about it, so I'm not gonna make any comments on it because I don't know if I don't know what's up. You're watching until someone casts Detect Thoughts in a warehouse? Fair. You didn't feel like the immersion like the first two? Are you talking about the most recent season? I haven't seen any of the most recent season. But I get the sense from what people say, honestly, is that it kind of sounds like they're developing honestly in the same way that like a lot of D&D groups develop, which is like you sort of start with more traditional D&D, and the more you play, the more you kind of want to try weird stuff. And I think sometimes trying weird stuff leads to the story changing in ways that people like or don't like. Who's to say? Anyway, that's almost enough stalling, don't you think? Feels weird and unnatural being here and not Discord? What do you mean? The thing is that all the real play... The thing is all the real plays and all the YouTube power analysis and broken combos just aren't how D&D is actually played. Yeah. I mean, that's a criticism I think you can have of, like, any D&D channel, realistically, certainly mine included. But at the end of the day, even if it's not applicable to any real game, it is still fun to kind of, like, theory craft crazy stuff. You know? And people fucking eat it up. Give me those views. Give me those views. View them. View them all over. Did you see the Project Arctic folks? Project Arctic by folks on Discord? No, I haven't. I've been basically offline for about a week. Not a week, but a couple days at least. If you could play any other system that's not D&D, what would your go-to be? I think it depends on the type of game I want to play. I'll tell you what, I know more than I know what sort of system. I would like to play in a game that was not medieval fantasy. I would love to do a sci-fi game or a superhero game or just like a radically different environment. I feel like even when you really reflavor D&D, it still kind of feels like D&D. Mutants and Masterminds is a great system for superhero stuff. Savage Worlds is a pretty good superhero system. It's also a good, like, Weird West system. Blades in the Dark is pretty good. I haven't played that much of it. I like a lot of Powered by the Apocalypse type games. Monster of the Week's really fun. But I'd want to play in, like, a superhero game, but, like, not a one-shot, like a true campaign. That would be fun. I've never done that before. But I like trying new systems. I'm not great at learning them. I'm a slow learner, but I do love trying them. Check out Traveler. There's a setting that's sort of inspired by or sort of same vibe as like what's it called? The Loop, Into the Loop, those big sci-fi paintings of like 80s scenes with giant robots. That would be a fun one to do. You're getting some of your family members into Marvel Multiverse. Like the concept or a game? What systems do you think is good for superhero campaigns? Mutants and Masterminds and Savage Worlds. Mutants and Masterminds is just a superhero system, and it's fucking crazy. You can make crazy superheroes in it. And Savage Worlds has like a superheroes plug-in that works really well too, and they allow for things like your character being able to move as fast as the speed of sound, or like I'll give you an example. I had a character in one, I don't even remember what system it was one of those two, and it was a fully functional character within the game. My character was permanently invisible, permanently intangible, and they could fly, and they could possess people and objects. So they could, like, move things telepathically or telekinetically, and they could possess people. And that was basically my character. But the system allowed for there to be a character who is always invisible, always intangible, and can fly, which is crazy. That's, like, from level 1. Like, that was all, I could do all of that at level 1. So it's pretty cool. It's a new TTRPG made by Marvel. Ah, okay. Anyway, that's probably enough time, right? How many submissions do we have so far? 35? Yeah, we can take a look at the wheel, I think. So you played as a ghost? Yeah, basically, yeah. In fact, that was literally I built him to be a ghost. His name was Joey Bag of Donuts, and he was great. He talked like a stereotypical like mobster and was very silly. Was there still any risk? Yeah, there was plenty of risk. You're running a Sky Pirates game? That sounds cool. Have you tried Lowlife or Eyes of the Lowly? No, never heard of it. Have not heard of it. You guys want to see the wheel? Or should we give people like another moment? Should we give them a tiny more moment, or should we dive in? I think we could dive in, probably. All right. What do you want? What do you want, chat? I give you the choice here. Listen, I see a lot of these other D&D streamers and YouTubers. They are more professional in their layout than I am, okay? And sometimes that means a lot of things. But for me, it gives me a little bit of agility, right? I don't need to stick to a thing. If I just want to look at the things that you say and talk about that for a minute, I got the power. But it also means I don't know when we should start. You crave the wheel? Spin that thing? All right. All right. All right. Let me just double check to make sure I have everybody on it. That is... see, I'm so glad I checked. Somebody literally just submitted something. And as always, once we spin the wheel, we keep spinning it. So, like, I refresh the wheel after every spin. So, you can submit stuff throughout the evening if you want to. Anyway, here, let me show you the wheel. Here, let's just change this up a little bit, right? We don't need this exactly. Let's see. Where is... Here, let's see the wheel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Here we go. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Wait a minute, that's not a wheel. That's not anything. Boom! There it is. Obviously, the window's misaligned. Wouldn't be a Cinder stream if everything was totally aligned when it started. The fuck is happening here? There we go. Boom, there's our wheel. Looks pretty good so far. I feel like this wheel has got some integrity to it. Right? You like the colors? It's like summer colors or whatever. Right? I guess, I don't know. I'm very colorblind, okay? I just you guys know that at this point. And if you don't, you been done learned it. You been done learned it. Delport, what's up, buddy? Is this ready? No, that's a shitty applause. Where's a better applause? I was trying to have my applause button ready before we started, but like... No? That's laughing. We don't want laughing. There we go. That's a good one. All right. Yeah, you can submit Homebrew all the way to the end. But just know I don't read everything. I basically stream until I don't want to anymore. The other thing that you can always do, which you definitely should not do if you don't want to do, is that I also stream every... Jesus Christ, I am so sorry. That hurt my ears, so I'm sure it hurt yours. Oh, boy. Sorry about that. Okay. That fucked me up. Sorry. Everybody's ears. I cast Lay on Hands. I'm sorry. Every Thursday, or most Thursdays, I also do a review stream where I just review Homebrew submitted from people that are members of my channel on YouTube or subscribers on Twitch. So, you know, if that's another thing that you can do, but no pressure. Genuinely sorry about that fucking scream. Oh my god. Should you go play games for 5 hours? Hell yeah. Can I add your name? Sure. Oh, there's 2 new people. But I'm not adding anybody else yet. We're going to do a spin first. All right, you ready? Have you prepared yourselves? Do you feel it? Do you feel ready? Ready? I feel ready. I got to plug my headphones in. I'm not that ready. Yours is not on there? Then you didn't submit to the right place, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Are you Gajama or Ginger? If you're one of those two, then you just submitted. So, you know, submit it to the right place, and then you'll probably submit it. Not sure where you submitted it to. I could double check to make sure it's the right thing in the Twitch. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's the right form. So just click that, man. Just fill it out properly, and then you'll be chilling. Oh my goodness, we are starting with a classic friend of the channel, whom today I am sharing our 7-month anniversary with. Dice Admiral. Now, Dice, if you're not familiar with Dice, Dice is sort of a long-running person on the channel at this point. And he's got a bunch of different little, like, vibes of stuff that he does. And I'm so curious to see what this one's going to be. I'm trying to make an anti-shape-shifting item. Okay, interesting. Very different vibe than things you've shared with us before. I need it to counter things like polymorph and wild shape, but making the wording clear for both is making it sound very clumsy. All right, fair. Let's take a look. Now, there's some things we might be able to look at here to help our language. Shape chains. Very nice, very nice. All right, here it is in the chat if you guys want to read it yourselves. This is a magic item. So magic items, one of the things that I love about magic items is that magic items is where you have some of the most freedom to basically create anything you want. They can kind of be anything. You have a lot of rules you need to follow when you are making spells and when you are making almost anything that's a player-facing thing that they can pick without your help. So basically spells, feats, races, classes, subclasses, that sort of thing. But magic items are always the dungeon master's choice to include in their game, which means that there's just a lot more wiggle room you have to implement it. It also is a very easy thing to scale from a power perspective because you can always make the power go up or down, you know, which can make life a little bit more easy for you. So let's see what this is. This is a shape chains rare magic item. A creature, it's manacles. A creature wearing these manacles cannot change shape. If it is subject to a spell or ability that would change its shape, if it is subject to a spell or ability that would change its shape, that spell or ability has no effect. If a creature is under such a spell or ability when manacled, then it lasts until the chains are removed or the spell would otherwise end, whichever is faster. Okay, so I got a couple of thoughts here. One, my guess is you're worried about the language of this spell or ability, spell or ability, spell or ability. That's what I get. My guess is here because that's what's covering wild shape. Because the idea here for folks that don't understand what's happening is that there's a lot of things that can change your shape in D&D. And some of them are spells, but there's also like items or just innate abilities. There's a lot of stuff. So we're trying to just cover all of that. I think it might be okay. I think the issue might not be the usage of the word spell or ability, but the usage of it 3 times. That's what I think. I think the problem here, because okay, let's talk about, let's pull back for a hot second just to cover the basics. I think the basic idea of the item works. I think there are probably items, there's things that exist in D&D that might be able to help with the language here. There are, like, there's things like dimensional shackles. Which don't do what you want them to do. But I just want to skim the language of them for a second. Okay, couple things right off the bat. This language you're going to probably want. You probably want some language of attaching them or not attaching them in terms of it being an action. Because how do you want to be able to use... I don't know if you want to be able to use this in combat or not, but you might want to include that. Honestly, man, I think you should probably pull this language. In addition to serving as mundane manacles, the shape change shackles prevent a creature bound by them from using any spells or abilities, from being affected by any spells or abilities that would change their shape. And then you could say such as polymorph or wild shape. I think that might be good for, like, at the very least, not having to double down on it in the first sentence. And then I think what you would say here is, instead of using this language again of spell or ability, I think you would probably want to say something like, if a creature already has their shape changed when the manacles are attached, then that change lasts until the chains are removed or the spell would otherwise end, whichever is later, period. So I think if you pull out those second two iterations of spell or ability, I think it's groovy. This item was made on Notion. You're practicing Jurassic Park style raptor noises in your game tonight? I'm sorry that I can only experience you in text form right now. I would probably say that's probably the vibe. The other thing that I want to... is the goal here... I don't know if this is intentional or not, but this is potentially a buff. Because there are creatures that you could turn into that being shackled wouldn't be that detrimental for, and this would allow you to maintain their shape a lot longer. So, like, just worth thinking about. Which I actually think you might need to think about, because that probably... That needs to be addressed, I think, pretty directly. Maybe it could be where, while creatures are shackled, they, like, are... I mean, I don't know how powerful you want it to be, but it could prevent them from, like, doing stuff. But, like, yeah. Like, being... Like, I don't want to be able to cast Polymorph on somebody, shackle them as a T-Rex, because then they can still do everything, right? They're not making any claw attacks. Now they're just a T-Rex for the whole day, making their bite and tail attacks and running around casual, having a good day. How do you put it on a snake? I mean, that might be the other thing, is that you might need to have language, especially considering the fact that it's actually... That's a really good point. Considering the fact that it's related to shape changing, you might need to have language for number of limbs a creature has. Should this work on a creature that has less than 2 limbs? Should this work on a creature that has more than 2 limbs? I don't know. We don't need... I mean, if you're polymorphing into an ancient dragon, you can already become permanent just by maintaining concentration for the hour, so that's not really the end of the world. I also think that that's almost not the part of the game we need to be worrying about. This is more of an issue earlier than it is later. I was trying to avoid that by just adopting the base mechanic for manacles. The thing is, Dice, that makes a lot of sense. What you were doing was very logical, because what you were doing was... A lot of this item inherently does what it needs to do. I don't need to fill this thing with bloated text. But I think you missed a very important point here, which is that these really are not traditional manacles. It would be different if these manacles, like, burned people, or made them silent, or made them so they couldn't cast spells. But these manacles very explicitly deal with creatures that are altering their shape, which I think fundamentally changes the nature of how those manacles need to exist, because how do you if there are shackles designed for shape-shifting, they have to be they should be designed to address the variety that exists within shape-shifting. You could make them not manacles at all. They could be chains. They could be sort of like the that, like, what's it called? The little ball of binding that you chuck at people. you can't find how to submit stuff on your phone, don't be sorry. First of all, call me Cotter. I'll try to call you Cotter. But it's in the video description in YouTube. So I'm not sure. Whatever you need to click to see the video description should bring you to the form. Make them automatically adjust to fit any shape change creatures. Yeah, for sure. But dude, overall, I think that's pretty solid. The only other thing you might want to have is I think that it would be worthwhile to have some sort of save DC for a creature to break out. If this item like automatically permanently locks their shape and there's no way for them to get out of it, or there's no mechanics built in for them to get out of it, I think it also elevates it a little bit above rare item, maybe even to legendary, but in like an annoying way where it's not like a cool legendary item. It's just like a permanent, it's just like it has an impact that might be of that weight. And I don't think it should be that. I don't think it would be fun. So give it some sort of escape DC or breaking DC or something. And you could even use like the dimensional shackles where like once they try, they're sort of locked in after a while. What's up, True King Midas? How's it going, buddy? Dice, I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a really fun idea. This is a really, really niche magic item. And I think something with a super niche mechanics, a magic item is an absolutely perfect place to put it. Like, this is the type of magic item that your players would adventure to get if they were dealing with shapeshifters. Like, this is like not even a quest item. This is almost like an optional quest item. Do you know what I mean? Like something that they would work towards, or something that they would you know, like seek out. Oh shit, we're fighting doppelgangers or whatever. Joey, I see you have a rules question. I'm going to address it in a second. But anyway, Dice, really fun item. Let's give Dice a round of applause. Wait, there we go. Wait, that applause isn't that great. There we go. That's a better one. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. I need real applauses for you guys. I can't do these fucking half applauses. What's up, Wicked Omen? All right, Joey, let me read your question. Got a rules question that grinded our session yesterday to a halt. Ooh. Okay. What is it? Can a creature with the frightened condition approach the source of fear as long as the distance never closes? How does a creature approach something if it's not closing distance? Closing distance implies... closing distance and approaching are the same thing. Right? When would that... Okay, when would closing distance be different than approaching? Do you mean like walking in a circle around it? I would say they could walk in a circle around it. But you can't walk towards it, no. So you can't willingly approach it. If the creature moves away at the same time. But that's not how D&D works. There's turns. If the player is... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. If you could do Pythagorean theorem, you know, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and c squared is the player to the thing, if that number is getting smaller, they cannot move closer to it. So if they are 150 feet up and 300 feet back, if they move 1 foot towards it, even that's just 1 foot straight, they can't do that. They cannot make the direct line between them and the monster closer. Does that make sense? What if the source goes in one direction? Could they follow it? It depends on how the fear effect works. So some fear effects are just flat. If you can see the source, if you can, like a lot of fear... I mean, I can show you. Fear is not a range thing. There are certain spells that say when you can mimic their save, but it has nothing to do with closeness. Like, there, I can show you. Give me 1 second. frightened. So, like, the frightened condition, which is what we're talking about here, they cannot willingly move closer to their source of fear. So it doesn't matter how far away they are. It doesn't matter what the range of the fear aura is. If they have the frightened condition from a creature, they can't move closer to it. Joey, does that answer your question? Also, Joey, you have not clarified what the heck you meant. You said the player flew over its sources, but that's still not moving. That's still moving closer to it, right? Anyway, I hope that's somewhat helpful. If you want to clarify more in the chat, let me know. But, it doesn't matter if they move away. You can't approach the guy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, let's see. Do we have any new submissions, I wonder? Pumber, Snump, and Gavin. Ooh, nice. Does this mean that if they are on the exact opposite side of the planet, the frightened creature can't move? Usually there's another indicator, like if you can... I mean, we can look at it, but... willingly, I think, is key to answer your question. If the creature is on the other side of the planet, then you wouldn't know if you were willingly moving closer to it or not. Right? If they maintained the same distance by flying over but gaining more height, I think, Joey, here's what I think. Here's what I think honestly. If they were trying to use that gimmick as a way for them to fly over it in such a way that they could, like, drop something on it to attack it, I probably would not let them do that. If they were flying up to try to get away, and they were, like, in a big coliseum, and the only way they could escape was, like, a hole in the ceiling, then I probably would say yes. But if they were trying to use that as, like, a tricky way to still be attacking the thing, to be getting close enough to attack it, I don't think that is what as a dungeon master, I would probably say that's not going to fly. Or I would really, really, really start being very, very, like, serious with the rules of verticality. That's probably what I would do. So, like, yeah, if you want to fly up 150 feet to get closer to it, we're going to do the math to figure out how long it's going to take you to get there, because it's going to take you a lot longer than direct movement, and I am going to be paying very close attention to how tall the ceiling is and how easy it is for you to see everything from that high above the ground, including, like, what sort of cover things might have when you are that high up. That might not matter when you are low. Like, I'm going to make that difficult for that player if they are trying to cheese it. If they're not trying to cheese it, and it's more fitting for, like, the vibe of what's happening, I'd probably be fine with it. But if you're going to cheese the system, I'm going to make sure the system is working overtime. That's sort of how I go with those sorts of things. And honestly, I don't even know if I would recommend that for every dungeon master. The only reason I'm comfortable with that with my players is because I'm very comfortable with my players, and we kind of know when we lean into that more or less. Joey, I think it has everything to do with intention. I think it has everything to do with intention. And I also think it has everything to do with... Actually, I take that back. I don't think it has much to do with intention as I think it has to do with map layout and D&D game design. That's what I think. I think D&D is really not well designed for verticality. We look at a two-dimensional grid 99% of the time. Things go down for free. Exactly, Fluffcopter. So I think to argue that you're going to use that system to take advantage of that system is kind of like... If a player said that to me, that would be an annoying thing for a player to say to me. I would be like, that's not really the intention of that feature. So if we're going to do that, I'm going to turn everything else up to 11. So you just got to be ready for that. Whenever, if I have a player that's trying to be really cheesy with fly, I'm throwing in some Earthbind. Does that make sense, Joey? I hope that clarifies. Again, I think it has everything to do with I think it has to do with intention, and I think it has to do with where the game mechanics are supported. Because to argue that flying up over a thing is the same as flying around over a thing in D&D rules, I would argue is a little willfully ignorant. Because at the end of the day, you can do a lot more when you fly up over a thing than you can when you fly around over a thing. I hope that answers your question. I don't know what side of the argument you were on. I don't know which you were in the situation. But that is those be my feelings about it. I think that if I had a player bring that up and it was grinding things to a halt, I would pull back the conversation and I would be, are you arguing that flying up over the thing gives you the same opportunities as flying around the thing? Or are you arguing, or is there stuff that you think you could do with that you couldn't do with that? And is that what you're trying to take advantage of? And I think if they were like, that's what I'm trying to take advantage of, I'd be like, yeah, we're not doing that. Okie dokie. Because also, like, but to be fair, I fucking hate it when my players try to game the system. I really like using D&D to facilitate storytelling. If players are deliberately trying to find loopholes in the way the rules work to take advantage of the system in a very meta or cheesy way, as a person, I legitimately get annoyed. And I either need to shut it down immediately or very vocally express that that is not the way I like playing D&D. Otherwise, it's not fun. A player feared the dragon, and the DM had the dragon fly above the party to breathe on all of them. Yeah, I would say the Dungeon Master was being annoying there. My apologies. My apologies that you deal with that. I wouldn't do that as a Dungeon Master. I mean, the thing is, also, who fucking cares? Like, dude, literally, a dragon can get over fear in like 8 seconds. Dash 240 feet away. No one's gonna fucking touch you. Just disappear into the clouds until you make your saving throw. And then come back. Right? They're the fastest fucking thing in D&D. They're the fastest flying thing. I think. People be silly. Well, I'm sorry that happened. Joey, that sounds to me like the Dungeon Master really wanted to breathe fire on you guys and was just trying to figure out how to make that happen. Bucket a 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 bow wow. Catalin, excuse me, not Caitlin. I apologize. Catalin. Oh, like I literally just said your name correctly, and then I said it incorrectly. I apologize. I am a dingus. I am a nincompoop. World building, making a pretty creature that isn't a mindless monster, but a part of the wildlife. And this is the goal, by the way. And usable as a resource, a pet, cute moment, farm, unintentional massive ecological threat in the form of an invasive species or that's interesting type of encounter. It's a pretty friendly bug that has useful parts, easy to tame, and poops self-repairing cement. Okay, I love monsters that are there for world building. I love them. This is the giant brooch bug. The giant brooch bug. Let's take a look. Here it is in the chat. How does one being above even help with fire breath? I guess if they had cover. Maybe they felt like it would fall. I don't know, Brent. That's a really good question, actually. It's a really good... Yeah, I don't know. All right, whatever. We're not going to worry about it. Okay. I am not going to read all of the lore right now. I hope that is cool with you. I want to kind of just dive into what the monster does. Don't beat me up. The giant brooch bug. It is a CR2 monster. It can climb and move. You don't need to say 20-foot walk speed and 20-foot climb speed. You can just say 20... I think it's just 20 foot and then 20-foot climb. Because this and this are the same thing. One thing, we're not going to get too deep into this. You didn't really say if this was for your players or not. But if your goal is to make this something that is going to be usable by other people, And if you generally want to get better at writing homebrew, you need to start learning how the back-end mechanics of monsters work. So I'm going to just show you a couple things right now. I'm going to go over them very quickly, and these are applicable for any D&D monsters. And I will maybe reiterate this again later on stream if it comes up again, but I probably won't. So characters in D&D, they get their... Characters in D&D have stats that impact a lot of their character sheet. Monsters in D&D are exactly the same. Their stats impact their character sheet. So, for example, if a monster has a +3 to its constitution, and it has 5 hit die, then that means for every 1 hit die it has, it should be getting +3 to its health. So this number should be 5d10 plus 15, because 3 times 5 is 15. But beyond that, monster hit die are determined by the monster's size. A medium monster in D&D uses D8s. It does not use D10s. So even though in D&D classes have their hit die based on class, or character classes is based on class, monsters is based on size. So this should read, yeah, Fair got it first. This should read 5d8 plus 15. So make sure you're doing that math correct. And that is true across all things. Anytime monsters have saving throws, anytime monsters have attack rolls, all of that is tied to their stats. Everything. Another thing that I want to point out here that I think is going to be pretty important, you decided to make this thing a beast. That's a very, very big deal. Does anybody in chat know why that's a big deal? Let's see. Wild shape. Exactly. Wild shape. And polymorph, but mostly wild shape. You got to be careful about what sort of powers you make available, because if a druid could wild shape into this, that might be a little bit too much. You feel like you're back in school? Yeah. Man, listen, my homebrew reviews are very classroomy. I used to teach, so this is me just like diving. This is like largely what it becomes. It's okay. Gordon Ramsay will come out at some point later tonight, probably. So I would probably, the easiest solution there is just make this a monstrosity. And that way you don't have to think about any of that. Oh yeah, dice, literally same thought. It's got a bunch of damage resistances. Yeah, I mean, that alone makes it so it should be a monstrosity. The other thing to keep in mind is that if you're giving this much damage resistance, you are essentially doubling its hit points. So just keep that in mind in terms of power balancing. So this thing has much closer to like 90 or 100 hit points than it does 40 based on these damage resistances. Unusual diet. The giant brooch bug can survive on a diet of stone, sand, or sands with enough water to sustain itself. That's fun. As a glide, as long as the giant brooch bug, you don't say giant brooch bug every time. Just start saying bug at a certain point, or brooch bug. It's gonna be annoying to read it every time in the text. Yeah, this is supposed to be CR2. Vulnerable to cold and resistant to fire. Is it a fire type? Yeah, like a Pokemon, maybe. As long as it is conscious and able to open its wings, it can glide to avoid taking fall damage from any height. So what is that supposed to mean mechanically? Is it gliding or is it taking no fall damage? Because those are two very different mechanics. Gliding, I would argue, is specifically giving you additional horizontal movement when you are falling. So if you want to do that, you need to say explicitly what that horizontal movement is. It could be like, when it falls, it can have its wings out, and for every 2 feet it falls down, it can move 1 foot forward, or something like that. The manta ray simic hybrid has a glide mechanic, exactly. So you could use that language, but you're gonna need that language there. And then you could say, and it takes no fall damage. I don't know if you normally do take fall damage after gliding. That's a great question. We could look at the Simic Hybrid and see how they do it. Oh, shit. Calm down there, computer. That's a very good question. Let's see. Where's the glide? You can for the Simic hybrid, you can subtract 100 feet from the fall damage. So if you fall less than 100 feet, you don't take damage. But if you fall more than 100 feet, you start taking damage. It's pretty dang good. Let's take a look at docile. The creature, just say the bug. The bug. The bug is not aggressive under normal circumstances and always flees combat as long as it has the option. None of this is mechanical. All of this is flavor. You don't need any of this in the stat block. Just get rid of this whole thing. Unless there are specific mechanics that you're introducing here, you don't need them here. So just cut this whole part out. It can stay underground for up to 30 minutes without surfacing for air. I don't think you need this language. Most burrowing creatures don't have specific language for staying underground. They can just do it. So I think you could get rid of both of these. It makes a rolling charge, a stink attack, then bites enemies. Say an enemy. Bites an enemy with its pincers once. So it gets 3 attacks, all of which seem pretty big. This is definitely bigger than a CR2 monster. By some margin, probably. I also would maybe say maybe it just shouldn't do all 3 of these on the same turn. Like, maybe it picks between rolling charge and stink attack and then makes 1 bite. Or maybe it makes 2 bites and can replace one of them with a rolling charge or a stink attack. Getting all 3 each turn is kind of a lot. While curled up, it rolls towards a target in a 5-foot line up to the length of its remaining movement. Oh, this language is so clunky. Forcing a creature in its path to make a Okay, what is actually... I'm just going to skim because I'm just going to try to figure out what this does. This language needs to be changed. Okay, here's what I would say. I would probably change this to be like... while curled up, the giant brooch rolls forward in a 30-foot line, period. Or rolls forward. Yeah, just make it a fucking line. Don't worry about its movement. Just give it 20. Just let it be extra movement. Or you could say, while curled up, the giant brooch can use all of its movement to violently charge, roll itself forward in a 20-foot line. The first creature in its path has to make a DC whatever saving throw, or be knocked prone and take some amount of damage. I think all of this extra feat shenanigans is unnecessary. I just think you could just make it a dex saving throw where they take some damage, and then you could say it deals double damage to objects and structures. But this is like way overly wordy for a pretty basic idea for a move. Also, it's incredibly awkward that this is here. So these should either be written in alphabetical order or logical order of execution. So either put bite first and then rolling charge and then stink attack, or, you know, if you want rolling charge to be tied in with this roll up feature, maybe it's not even an action, right? Maybe it's just a thing that you get with your movement when you're in this mode. It's really sloppy feeling the way it's written up here. So I think, because it doesn't need to be this sloppy. There's a bunch of monsters in D&D that basically do this. So you could just copy basically any of them. Any monster with charge, for the most part, I think you could just copy that pretty much. Yeah, and then you could just give it the siege monster feature, which allows it to just do flat double damage to objects and structures. All right, let's see what Stink Attack does. It unleashes a disgusting fluid from its backside that fills the air with an unbearable stench in a 30-foot radius. That is way too big. I don't think you're I think you are... That's 60 feet across. That's like... That's really big. That's too big. This should be a third of this. 10-foot radius. Causing every other type of creature. What does that mean, type of creature? Just say every other creature. Causing all creatures within... You don't need to put a lot of language to, like, be like... You don't need to put a lot of language in you... If... What am I trying to say here? I feel like you put this here to indicate that, like, this doesn't hurt each other, and I think there's ways you can get that without needing to put that in here, because remember, what is the point of this? The point of this is that it's an instruction manual for a dungeon master to use. So we really, like, the amount of words that are being wasted on this page is a lot, because it should not be this complicated to get through what this monster does, And it's going to be so much shinier and better feeling if we can cut literally about half the words out of this thing. Okay, so it makes a big radius. Every creature with a sense of smell has disadvantage on their skill and attack rolls for the next 10 minutes. What the fuck? Okay, so this is insanely overpowered. Whenever you want to... Okay, so let's talk about what you want to do. You want to make a big cloud of stink that can make creatures have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. So what is something in D&D that does that? There is already stuff in D&D that does things very similar to that. Can anybody think of any? Maybe one that might be could work well with a stink cloud. The poisoned condition. Exactly. This should just be the poisoned condition. It unleashes a cloud of... At least a stink cloud in a 10-foot radius. Every creature in the area has to make a DC whatever Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for a minute. While poisoned, do they have while poisoned? I mean, poisoned already gives them disadvantage on stuff, so it's fine. And then I would probably allow them to remake the save at the end of each of their turns. And I don't think you need this last sentence at all, because this is just an instantaneous effect. It's not like making an aura. So we don't need any of this. This is unnecessary. So cut this whole part out. And dispel magic, yeah, I don't know why dispel magic would... It literally doesn't matter. We don't need any of this. This is what's happening here, I think, is Catalin is really writing every aspect of this thing, and you have to keep in mind that it's a monster stat block. You don't need to cover every single thing with a fine-tooth comb. You just need it to work, and you need it to work within the game's mechanics. There's a whole bunch of game's mechanics that already exist to handle everything that this is doing. They do not require literally any explanation beyond just existing, and boom, that's it. They're good. And also, they shouldn't do this every turn. That's fucking insane. This should be like this should be probably a once-a-day feature. Maybe you could put it on a recharge, where it would say recharge /5 to 6 or something like that. But realistically, this should be a once-a-day feature. And then it has a big bite attack. Deals... that's too much damage. This is too much damage. Also, I think you did your math wrong, maybe. I'm not going to figure it out right now. You can figure it out. But that's too much damage. Cut this second one out. 2d6 plus 4 is plenty, especially considering all this other shit it's getting. And it has like a 17 AC. So make it 2d6 damage. And again, all that double damage stuff you could just put in there into the description. 2d6 plus 4 is 11. Yeah, I thought it was a little off. What is recharge, 5 or 6? Recharge is... That's how a lot of different monster abilities work. Specifically, a lot of dragon breath. So, for example... The dragon turtle has a steam breath attack that recharges on a 5 or a 6. That means that they can use it, and then after they use it on their next turn, they can roll a d6. And if they roll between a 5 or a 6, they can use it again. Is bite bludgeoning damage? It can be anything depending on the type of creature. Usually it's piercing damage if the creature has teeth. But if it doesn't have... It could, you know... It depends on how it bites. So yeah. So you want to deal with that. Right now this thing is just way overpowered. And then it has this ball feature. It can curl up into a ball to increase its AC to 20 and its movement speed to 40 per turn. Just say 40 feet. While curled up, it cannot burrow, climb, or glide. And the first bite attack it makes forces it to uncurl. I don't know if I would do this, honestly. This thing is already way too powerful. I would probably just have the rolling charge just be a vibe of it and not give it this, or not have this be a combat mechanic. Treat it more like a turtle shell move where it can like roll up, or better yet, maybe when it can roll up, it literally loses all of its abilities except for rolling charge. And rolling charge takes up its whole attack action. So it can't do anything else. It can just roll around as a ball when it's a ball. This is like a CR5 monster with absurdly low health. I don't know if I'd put it that high, but yeah, it's very... I mean, if you... As is, maybe. But yeah, it's an interesting idea for a monster. What I would say is, you said in your flavor text that you really were trying to make this monster that feels like it lives in the world and could be a pet and could be kind of goofy and, I don't know, be used for world building. And there's literally nothing in the stat block that does that. So that would be, aside from getting all of the math and stuff and figuring out how to balance it right, I would say you should go back to your roots a little bit. If I need to read all of this to understand how to implement this monster in a way that is not combat related, I don't think that stat block is doing the monster justice. But docile is not a mechanic. That's what I'm saying. This is a suggestion as to how to play the monster. There is nothing mechanically implemented here. So can I give you an example of how we could mechanically implement something like docile? How about this? Humanoids have advantage on animal handling checks to interact with this creature. That's a way you could mechanically implement it. But right now this thing has, because there's no mechanics here. This should literally be the description down here. This is just a description. I did participate in Kraken Week. Check my most recent YouTube video, dog. I made a bunch of homebrew hats based on monsters, including a Kraken hat. So it's a cool idea. I really like the idea, but I think, again, you gotta get if the goal of this is for it to be a monster that is used in sort of non-combat alternative world-building ways, we need to see some of that in the stat block, at least a little bit. And we can't have... It really shouldn't be so fucking devastating in combat for a CR2 monster if the goal is for it to be kind of like something that the players could get as a pet or be chill or stuff like that. Those are my thoughts. I have no more feedback for you, Catalin. Suffice to say, I think it's an interesting idea, but right now the monster mechanics really do not match the goal that you set forth. And that's the thing that I think you got to work towards. All right, let's give Catalin a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonder if we got more stuff. Let's check. Who's the most lowest on the bottom right now? Gavin. Am I planning on doing more Elden Ring strings at some point? Why is it not registering you? I have no fucking idea, man. Did you click the link? When you click the link, does it say you submitted your form? Did you click all of the things? Did you put things in places? Did you... You can ask for help in the Discord if you want to. I'm not gonna walk through it with you. But if you want to ask for help in the Discord, maybe someone can hop in a call with you or something to help figure it out. I'm not really sure. Seems to be working for everybody else. Alrighty. The party literally getting steamrolled. Buggada 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 pop pop pop. 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 Data? No, Trash Panda. Alright, Trash Panda, what you got for us today? Trash Panda says, I wanted to make a fun, flavorful item for monks that can grow with them throughout the campaign. Let's take a look. He's a warlock. I won't forget it. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's a long item. I don't like how long it is. My guess is this got too many words. It's a wondrous item. Pair of gloves, blazing palms of Master Azar. An artifact requires attunement by a monk or bender. You playing with the benders, I guess. Made by Fire Genasi. They were named after. They originally say these these gloves originally contained the flames from the elemental plane of fire growing into... This sentence feels too long. However, a student... This is way too much flavor text. Straight up, way too much flavor text. I guess it's fine if it's for your own game. I'll tell you what. If you want to make something... If you want to make your magic item have a paragraph of flavor text, you need to make that paragraph read really evocatively. And this does not do that. Can I just point something out? You have a lot of, like, passive voice, training, fearing, all of these ing verbs removing. All of this is making this in the very passive voice. The whole thing reads in a very slow way. And it makes it so, as I was reading it, I stopped reading it here. I wanted to stop reading it here. Because you didn't capture me with a story. And if you want to capture a story, I think you got to really sell it first. To be honest, dude, if you're trying to make an artifact, you don't need to be that crazy with the flavor text. Like, here, like, let's just... It can be kind of detrimental if your flavor text is too much. Let's, like, just look at some... Let's look at some artifacts. Here's all the flavor text for this artifact. This massive adze is said to have been wielded by Allfather Anam, not as a weapon, but as the tool he used to shape the various worlds of the material plane. Let's look at another artifact. Book of Vile Darkness. Ooh, this has a lot of flavor text. Let's read it. Let's read at least some of it. The contents of this foul manuscript of ineffable wickedness are the meat and drink of those in evil's thrall. No mortal was meant to know its secrets it contains, knowledge so hard that to even glimpse the scrawled pages invites madness. Most believe the Lich God Vecna authored the Book of Darkness. He recorded in its pages every diseased idea, every unhinged thought, every example of the blackest magic he came across or devised. Listen to the words being used here. Okay? Listen to how evocative those sentences are. Every piece of information we're getting is not just action. In fact, it's very little action. It is all tone and description to sort of uplift and sort of reinforce the weight of these items. Like, if there's an objective to this flavor text, the objective is to underscore that these things are like the ultimate manifestation of evil. What are we getting here? You know? So you want to make sure your flavor text is working to sell the point. And right now, this is kind of telling a story. If your flavor text for a magic item doesn't need to tell a story, the story should be in your game. What's up, Redmer? Check it out. All right, let's skip ahead and see what this thing actually does. The item is a pair of leather gloves with indents at the knuckles where studs would normally be. When making unarmed attacks, you can choose to deal fire damage instead of regular damage. By finding and embedding the rubies of Azar into the gloves, you can boost the power of your unarmed strikes. This is a little confusing the way this is written. I don't love it. In fact, okay, yeah, I really don't love it. I mean, you could keep it like this if you want to. So if it has 1 to 2 studs, you deal 1d4 extra fire damage. How often? On every hit? Is this once per turn? Like, this information I feel like should be in the magic item a little bit more specifically. If you have 5 to 6, you get a bonus to your spell save DCs and you bonus to your spell key save DCs. It should just be key save DCs. I don't know why you put spell saves in here. I'm gonna say this is just too much, man. I don't think it should be doing 3d8 damage on a hit extra. That's just too much. Like, it doesn't need to be a +3 weapon and basically essentially give you a +6 to your wisdom for the purposes of key stuff and do an extra 3d8 damage on a hit. That is way too much of basically the same feeling over and over and over again. Also, it's pretty fucking confusing that we have this thing that's listing the powers here, but then there's more things listing the powers here. So if you're going to be wanting this item to grow with rubies that it gets over time, put it all in the same spot. I shouldn't have to figure out what this thing does by looking here and then looking here and then looking here. And like, that sucks. That is not fun for a player to do. So yeah, way too much damage, I would say, even for an artifact. Produce flame. When you cast via the item, your spellcasting modifier for this spell is equal to the number of root. Why? What? We don't need this much complication, my guy. Just use your fucking spell save. You literally have a feature that is increasing your key save DC. So why the fuck not use it? Like, this is so much extra, so complicated. So complicated in ways it doesn't need to be. And then it has charges also? Okay. And you can cast Burning Hands. You can cast Fireball. I feel like you didn't look at how magic items are written, and it's really causing you trouble. There's a bunch of magic items in D&D that have charges and allow you to expend the charges to do something. So, like, let me show you. Let me just give you an example of what I mean here. So, most magic items in D&D, when they would have charges, this is the way you would write them, mostly. Usually, it would be like this. So you would say, additionally, this item has a number of charges equal to the number of gloves you have. You can, as an action, you can expend charges to cast the following spells. And then you would literally say, Burning Hands. 1 charge. Fireball. 3 charges. And you would that's the way to do it. There's other ways to do it, but that's the way it often comes up. The problem is, here's the problem that you're gonna have to contend with here. This item is doing a lot of different things, even maybe a little bit too much for a artifact, depending on what these other things are. The more things you want to put into an item, the more work you need to do to make that item easy to read and easy to navigate. A magic item, just as with a subclass or with a player race, any player-facing tool needs to be written in such a way that the player can very, very quickly access the information in it. They shouldn't have to figure it out. Why is there a way to make an artifact the most powerful magic item more powerful? Well, I think that in general, having an artifact or any magic item grow over time is fine. In fact, there's quite a few published artifacts that do that exactly. Not a lot that grow with you collecting a resource, but they just have like different stages of evolution. It's a way to essentially let players get access to an artifact a little bit early, and for it to feel like a campaign item that follows them throughout the campaign. I don't have any problem with that. I mean, obviously there's going to be a little bit of, like,
Hooray!
Wonkiness with figuring out, like, extra. Thank you for the community. Thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. There's a little bit of wonky. Like, as a dungeon master, I would be really struggling with when to give rubies, because it's pretty hard to judge how powerful this thing is. Like, the scaling is a little fucked. And the fact that the rubies, like, tie into every single thing kind of will make it hard to power balance for. Again, why the fuck are we doing anything with saving throws? You have key saves, just use your fucking key save. Or if you don't want to do that, most magic items in D&D come with a saving throw. It's like a built into the magic item. Like, any magic item that gives access to spells or magical effects that a player or character that doesn't normally cast spells could get, they come with their own spell save DC. So you should probably just give it that, actually. Good luck on the crit awards. Oh, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. As a bonus action, the wearer can expend 8 charges to cover themselves in white-hot flames that shed blah, 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 blah. When you're covered in these flames, whenever... You don't need to say... Just cut this part out. Whenever you take fire damage, you deal the maximum... Whenever you deal fire damage, you deal the maximum amount. At the end of every turn, take 1 fire damage. This is too strong. This is just stupidly too strong. And I'm not trying to be a dick here, but, like, this... tied with this is just, it's just a joke. It's just a joke how strong it is. Like, this is basically saying use 8 charges and deal 24 damage, extra damage per hit. That's insane. That is like so much more powerful than the most powerful artifact. And then you take some fire damage. It doesn't really matter. I think that this thing is really, really suffering from doing way too much. And I think that this ruby system is making it kind of convoluted. If I were you, I would not use this ruby system. Or I would figure out a way to use this ruby system for less things than it's being used for right now. I think that is really getting in the way of this thing feeling like it works. Oh, yeah, this is definitely a much stronger version of the Storm Sorcerer's Channel Divinity, for sure. Sword of Sharpness is not that strong. I think, look, here's what I'm going to say. What is the vibe of this item? So far, the vibe of this item, unfortunately, is just fire damage. It doesn't really tell a story. I think that this thing does too much just fire damage, and I think it needs a little bit more story. Most artifacts, their features sort of build together into something that helps tell a story, and we see that story in the features. So I think pulling away from some of the fire damage in some places, cutting out most of the ruby system, maybe limiting the ruby system to determining when the item upgrades and having those upgrades be leave the fire, like basically either maybe like make it scale from 1d4 to 1d6 to 1d8, or maybe have it be, honestly, that still seems too much. I would just drop this part and just do this part. And I would just make it maybe just scales with it becoming a +1 to +3 weapon, but yeah, it really messes with the power balancing here. The Sword of Sharpness deals a flat 7 damage additional on a critical hit, and that is it. That is the only thing it does. It is not dealing flat damage other than just the number 7, I believe. And I'm not sure if that's the Sword of Sharpness or not, but that's the sword you're thinking of. I think it is, right? Check. Yeah, it's 14 damage, excuse me. When you get a natural, when you score a natural 20, you deal an extra 14 damage. Very rare item. But that's not happening every turn. That's not happening in any way that you can control. It's just on a crit. You have a lot of control over this. How do you put 8 gems in? I'm assuming that they're just like items you would collect that you'd plug into it over time. It's an interesting idea, but again, it's doing way too much, and you're sort of losing the plot of the item in the amount of things it's doing, as well as the way it's organized. The way it's organized and the amount of things it's doing that are all kind of the same thing, which is just more fire damage, it muddies it. Make it do less things, focus those things, reorganize it in a way that feels more focused and is logically laid out. And if I were you, look at other artifacts. Look at the way that they're written. I would look at some of the newer ones, too. The older ones are not the best. I mean, they're okay, but the newer ones literally are better organized, so it will be better to look at those. What you don't want to do is you don't want to look for an artifact that says, this one is complicated, so mine can be complicated. That's not going to help you grow as a writer. Those are my thoughts. The Blazing Palms of Master Azar. Also, isn't the Azer like a monster in D&D? Maybe you could take some inspiration from that. I think it's spelled with 2 Z's. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not. But did I spell it wrong? Azer, excuse me. So, like, there are these little fire dudes in D&D. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be inspired by them. But if it is, you know, you kind of lean on them. I mean, you kind of do a little bit with the illumination and the heated body. But you just kind of did overkill with it. Anyway, I think those are that's my feedback. Fun idea. Got a lot too much going on right now and is muddied in its organization, but I believe if you put a little bit of work and elbow grease in, you can get it to someplace nice. All right, let's give Trash Panda a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Better applause. Found a better one. Who's the bottom of the list? Ivan. Ivan. Oh, we got some new people. Hey, looks like Aya finally figured it out. What were you doing wrong? Not clicking submit? $10 says... Okay, no, that's mean. I really hope you submitted properly. It would be such a bummer if we spun you on the wheel and you didn't make it viewable. Buggada 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 Yazikan! Thank you for the prime! Or the sub. 9 months! Baby! Baby! Baby, 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 baby. Goo goo ga. Baby, 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 baby. Michael! What you got for us today, Michael? Michael. The original Berserker sucks, but I love the idea of it. I wanted to make it better, but stick to the core abilities that Wizards gave us. You're trying to do a revamp on the Berserker. All right, let's take a look. Where is the document? Here we go. Oh. Michael. You didn't make the document shareable. How many places is it written in the form that you have to make the document shareable? I think 3. But, Michael, just because you stumbled does not mean you must fall. If you are watching the stream still right now, you can fix this. So here's what we're going to do. This is what we do. We do not abandon those that stumble. We give them chances to climb back above the waves. So, Michael, if you fix this form so that it is it's properly shareable, and then once you do that, and you fix your link, if you let me know in the chat that you have fixed the link, say, hey, it's me, Michael, I fixed the link, I will put you back on the wheel. But until then, my good sir, we must bid you adieu. And say in the future, always read the fine print. And we love you. Happens. Happens to the best of us. All right. For now, though, goodbye. All right. I guess we'll spin again. Michael is Call Me Cotter. Cool. Literally, you just click the share button and pick who can view it and make it shareable. Make it publicly viewable. Don't make it publicly editable. Again, you can always ask people in the Discord to help you. Bagada 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 bagada. Fair. Hey, I made this stat block after I saw your short on YouTube. I just want to share it and know if there is any issue with the stat block and the methodology. Also, I don't know how to best represent explosion damage, fire damage. For now it's force, but that feels weird. It's fire damage. Explosion is fire. All right, let's take a look. What do we got here? It's loading. It's taking a while to load. The StarCraft Viking. Oh, you made the little Viking, the little robot. All right, let's take a look. Here it is in the chat. All right, I'm going to be honest, man. I don't really care about your methodology. Like, if we have to read it, we will. But we're going to start by just reading the stat block. I think the homebrew always should just speak for itself. It's a CR5 monster. It's got 35. It's got a lot. It's got some hit points. Not a crazy amount of hit points. It's kind of bad armor for a vehicle, but that's okay. It's got stats. Make sure you're doing your math right here. Let's see. Fighter walker mode. While in fighter mode, it cannot use its walk speed, but can't fall prone. Oh my god, this is fucked. This is so fucked, the way this is written. Okay, so here's how I would do this. I would give this thing a feature here, and I would call this something called like transformation or mechanical shift or something. And then I would say, as a bonus action, the Viking can shift between fighter mode and walking mode, granting it the following benefits. And then I would probably say walking mode. Well, I guess we'll see what it gets. But actually, you might not even need to do that. You might need to just say, as a bonus action, it can shift between walking mode or fighter mode. And then, next to the 30-foot movement speed, you put a parentheses and you say fighter mode. Next to the 40-foot fly speed, you put a parentheses and you say... excuse me. You put walker mode next to the 30-foot walk speed. And then next to the 40-foot fly speed, you put fighter mode. And you do the exact same thing with the attacks. With the Lasner torpedoes, you put a parentheses and you say fighter mode only. With the twin Gatling cannon, you put a parentheses and you say walker mode only. You just do it like that. Somebody said the hit points should be 126, not 135. So, like, can I show you what I mean? What is this? The Viking gain air. That doesn't make... That's the language is broken. Just make it... No, just cut this out. Just ignore this. Just make it a bonus action for it to shift forms. Maybe give it a reaction, or maybe make it a reaction too. The monster, and there's monsters that do this, right? Like werewolf is a great example. Pretty basic D&D monster. So the werewolf has this feature called shape change, where it can change its shape. But look, See how it only has its bite in wolf or hybrid mode. It only has its claws in hybrid mode. It only has its spear in humanoid form. Its armor class changes. Its movement speed changes. So literally just copy that. You fixed your link, Michael? Cool. I'll put you back on the wheel. So that's my main feedback. If you're trying to figure out how to write this in a way that's going to be working that way, instead of just like doing all this convoluted explaining, just build it, just plug it into the core system. And that should be good. What's the explosion? The torpedoes? I mean, yeah, make them fire damage, I think would be reasonable. Or you could split it. It could be like half fire damage, half slashing damage, or half fire damage, half piercing damage, or half fire damage, half bludgeoning damage. Yeah, it's very similar to the werewolf, except instead of it having a humanoid form and a wolf form, it has a flying form and a Martian form. I don't really have more thoughts. Other than that, pretty straightforward. Fun little monster. All right, let us give our dear fair a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's add Michael back to the wheel. See if we got any new submissions. Bottomless is Jade, right? Okay. 2 new submissions. Lovely. You're so sick right now. Thank you for streaming so often. I don't even stream that often anymore. I'm trying to stream semi-regularly, but I'm not trying to stream every day. I want to be making more videos and stuff, and I just can't do that while I'm streaming every day. Nick Freakness just followed, and that's an amazing username. You used the in-game stat block to make it explaining weird stats. Don't know what that means, but I accept. Cross. What you got for us, my toxic cross? Unless you're a different cross, but I would be crazy if there was. Here again to make some new weapons. Any advice for making more and interesting weapons would be amazing. I've also altered my format since you last seen it. Hope you like it. Whether or not I like it is irrelevant. If you're doing the same, it is likely going to still irk me if it's the same way it was before, but if you like it, it's fine. Let's see. Okay, I mean, so far it looks smoother. Here it is in the chat. The parry dagger. It is a melee weapon, martial parry dagger, type D4. Does D4 damage piercing. It's a light, elegant special. Elegant. Weapons with the elegant property can only be wielded with dexterity. Interesting. You were curious what the username comes from? What username? Mine? You're welcome for the tips. If a creature you can see makes a melee weapon attack against you, you can use your reaction to parry the dagger, adding +2 to your AC for that attack. Against that attack, I would argue. You cannot parry attacks made with weapons that have the heavy property using this dagger. Interesting. So, just to give people a little bit of a heads up what's going on here. Cross is trying to infuse new items in the games in general across the board that are like a little bit better. So, think about them not like magic items, but like magic items 0.5. Like somewhere between like non-magical but better items. My username came from a joke I used in a theater performance a while ago that turned into a username I used in Overwatch that I liked because people shorthanded it to Cinder. Or alternatively, I'm a multi-dimensional being, and that's just my name. Can you tell me about D&D? It's a fantasy imagination game. So think about it like it's like a board game, but instead of there being a board, it's sort of in the theater of the mind in the same way that would be if you were telling a story or listening to a story. And you have a lot of varied options for what you can do and different game mechanics to help express those options. And you're sort of telling a story with your friends, usually in a very fantasy background. And one person plays the role of the dungeon master, and they sort of act as the narrator of the story and sort of the arbiter of the rules. See, Pixie, here's the thing you got to remember is that the immersion will never really be broken because at the end of the day, I'm going to say whatever I need to do to survive. You know? If I have to lie to you guys to be human for a little bit, I will. Don't be ashamed of not knowing something about how monster hit points work or anything like that. It's all nonsense and stupid. Like, it's the kind of thing where it's like it's hard to find that information if you don't know where to look for it, and if you're not, it's easy not to know. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. I like it. I like the vibe of this one a lot. I feel like I like the structure quite a bit. Let me take a look at the fencing version. Looking into this dagger's blade, one could see themselves in its mirror polish. I would say mirror finish. And I would say can, not could. The dark blue handle of this silver blade is surrounded... You said... Something about the word blade coming up more than once feels weird. Surrounded by I would say the dark blue handle. I think you just dropped the word silvery blade. The dark blue handle is surrounded by an ornate basket decorated with 12 sapphires. Is it surrounded by? Is the basket coming out of it? I don't know. The words here feel a little funky, but mostly fine. Fence contains a maximum of 12 charges and regains 1d6 plus 2 charges daily at dawn. This phrase should be before the word spells. This phrase is explaining how we use the spells. It should be before the word spells. We just cut this out. This is that not helping. While you have the dagger drawn, you can expend some of the charges to cast the following spells. Blade ward as a bonus action. Can I make a suggestion here? If the intention is to give you the benefits of the Blade Ward ability as a bonus action, or the benefits of True Strike as a bonus action, I think it's not helping you at all by making this spells. Yeah, it's also way too many charges. Seems like I just make it 8. Even 8 is kind of a lot. So here's what I would do. Also, it's like... Yeah, just make it 8 and make these numbers smaller, and you'll be in a much better spot. Here's what I would just say. I would just make it like this. It has however many charges. You can expend charges in the following ways. Blank amount of charges. Here's what I would say. I would probably just pull the mechanics out here. As a bonus action... Fuck, I would even put shield behind a bonus action here. I would do all 3 of them behind a bonus action. And I would just say it like this. I would say, as a bonus action, you can expend blank amount of charges. Or you can expend charges to do the following effects. And put bonus action in this initial mechanical explanation. And then just say, the Blade Ward one. You gain resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage until the end of your next turn. The True Strike one, you advantage on your next attack made with the dagger. The Shield one, you get a +5 to your AC until the end of your next turn. Something like that. I don't know. Something like that I think would work well. I just think I feel like it seems, if you want to keep it like spells, you can. But if you're already dramatically changing 2 of them, and these spells are like so fucking basic, you might as well just make it something else, I think. Maybe we'll just make it a different feature. Overall, I think it's a pretty fun item. I feel like the amount of charges we get is maybe too many. I don't think parry is busted in a game that is including a variety of these types of weapons, or a game that this is basically counted as a magic weapon. Getting to add +2 to your AC against an attack roll is very good. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Getting to do that literally infinitely, that's very strong. Let's not pretend it's not. That is as good as a uncommon magic item already by itself. No question about that. But in a game world where all of the weapons are kind of like that, it's not particularly crazy. But yeah, I think that if it can do this all the time, it is essentially a uncommon magic item. If you want it to be less than an uncommon magic item, you got to figure out how to put more of a limiter on this. Giving it shield when you can already use your reaction to increase your AC against an attack feels redundant to me. Yeah, I agree, Ash. I agree a lot, actually. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you should just cut that out. I would just cut that out entirely. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it makes it so it makes it so the item is stepping on its own toes. Yeah, cut that out. Maybe if you like that, maybe you could say something like, when you use the special parry mechanic, you can expend a charge to increase your AC bonus to +5 against the attack. But yeah, it just seems redundant. I agree. Good call, Ash. I don't really have other thoughts. I think that your formatting is majorly improved, much simpler, much easier to read. And I think the separation between the 2 items is done very well. I think that was honestly one of the biggest hurdles I was seeing before. Seems like a pretty basic item, pretty solid. Cut down the number of charges. And cut down how much things cost. The other thing that you want to think about when you're making something with charges is that you sort of always want to be able to use them. So one thing that I try to do is I try to make sure there is always one feature that costs 1 charge. Because it's really shitty feeling to have a magic item and it has 2 charges left and the cheapest thing costs 3 charges. That doesn't feel fun. Like, I don't want to have to play a stupid math game to use my item. I want to have to play a stupid math game to use my item optimally and make sure I'm using all the features I want. But if I don't want to be like, oh, I fucked myself by doing the math wrong and now I can't use my magic item for the rest of the day. You don't want it to be like a World of Warcraft subscription pack thing where it's like you can, or Hearthstone or whatever, where it's like you can buy a booster pack that gives you 1,500 gold, but the new boss costs 1,600 gold, so you got to buy 2 booster packs, and then you got the leftover ones you can't spend the gold on. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to do that with a D&D magic item. I think we drop shield I would just drop shield entirely. I wouldn't do shield as a bonus action. Those are my thoughts. Pretty cool. Pretty solid. I like the formatting. I went from being really frustrated with the formatting to really liking it. So I think you've put a lot of changes into it that make it feel... You've made it go from, like, kind of, like, confusing to read to, like, pretty elegant, which, fits the name here. And I also think, just as, like, a side note, Cross, if you are planning on doing anything with these in, like, a putting it out publicly sort of way, using this format that you've created here... Oops. Can I move this? Oh, don't let me... Dude, don't let me edit it. If you gave me too much power. If you yeah, I can't share this with the audience because you gave me an editing link. If you use this format and like kind of polish it up a little bit, like get some good watermarked backgrounds, maybe some borders, headers, some more sort of flavorful fonts and stuff. I think this format could work really nicely. Okay, cool. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Cross. Fun piece. I'm a big fan of items that aren't magic but are kind of magic. Akeem, what's up, brother? Good to see you. It's been a hot minute. I wish the applause was... I'm so annoyed with my applauses. I want a longer one. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ, it takes me like all fucking day. All right, I'm saving this one. Add to playlist. New playlist. I'm just calling it applause. It gets its own fucking playlist. Whole thing. There we go. Did you make the wheel? Did you submit something recently? I will be updating the wheel in a second. Are you Brandon Green? If you are, then you did make the wheel. All right, we got some new people. We got Laris and Evan. How's it going, peeps? It's going good. Any idea for new weapons? How about like a maul, like a really big heavy weapon that has like a hook on it for like holding people. Or like grounding yourself. Like an ice pick, but the size of like a great hammer. It's kind of Elden Ring style. Bugga 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 bugga. The arrow of Donkey Teeth was ridiculous. Jade is up next. Jade says, I wanted to recreate a D&D version of the magic card Grimgrin Corpseborn. I don't know what that is, so just keep that in mind. That sold the fiction of zombie who needs to keep eating other zombies if he wants to keep doing combat things. Okay, cool. You explained it to me, so I don't even need to know what it is. You're a champion. You're Pokemon Going it? I'm going to be honest, I've never played Pokemon Go, but people seem to love it. This is Grimgrin the Corpseborn. CR12 monster. Oof magoof. Let's see what's going on with this bad boy. 220 hit points and 18 AC. This is very high AC and okay. This is maybe hectic to say, but I would argue this thing is already too beefy. It's resistant to non-magical damage. It's got 220 hit points and 18 AC. This is like adult dragon level of hit points and armor, which is like closer to CR like 15, 16, 17, like that range. It's a little bit beefy. A little bit beefy. I'd lower that a bit. Feast driven. Grimgrin's speed is quartered. Don't you fucking do that. Don't you dare make me divide by 4. If you know their speed is 10, say it here. You silly goose. You can always re-edit the form. If you just click the link again, it will allow you to edit the form. If you don't like what you submitted, or you want to change it, or you want to rewrite something, you can always edit it. Don't change your name though, if you're already on the wheel, because then I won't be able to find you. It takes a -4 penalty to its AC. It has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, and it can't use reactions. What's a much easier way we can give all this information, chat? I'll say it at the end of reading it, but if one of you says it first, you win. On its turn, it can't take any actions except consume undead. Whenever Grimgrin consumes another undead creature, it loses this ability until it takes an action other than consume undead. How do we give all this information in a way that's not annoying? What do you think? Come on. Come on, nerds. Alexander Ford. Ding, 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 ding. With the bullet points. Feast driven. Grim Grin. Here's what you say. Grim Grin begins combat, or Grim Grin exists in a feast-driven state. While he is feast-driven, he has the following effects. And then you would say, he has a -4 penalty to his AC, he has disadvantage on blah, is this. Give them each a bullet point. Okay? And then this, yeah. And also, like, I'm going to be honest, this language is annoying and confusing. Whenever Grim Grin consumes another creature, it loses this ability until it takes an action other than consume undead. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what are you trying to say here? Are you trying to say that it has to keep consuming undead or it instantly goes back to this? Or it can do other things and then it goes back afterwards? Yeah, the language is not super clear. Wall Feast driven, Grim Grin suffers the following side effects. Bop, 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 bop. Perfect, yeah. It can take exactly one non-consume undead action before the effect is back online. That sentence should not be in this piece, but it works better. We'll read the consume undead action in a minute. The thing that I'm going to reiterate that I've said many times, your stat block should not confuse me while I'm reading it. If it makes reference to something later on in the piece, it needs to do so in a way that doesn't confuse me. I don't think it making reference to consume undead is what's confusing me here. It's this language. So, clean it up, fix it up, make it readable. Any creature that starts its turn within 5 feet of Grim Grin has to make a con save or be poisoned at the start of its next turn. Okay. It is okay, that's all fine. Undead Fortitude. Okay, that's all fine. Great Scythe. Plus 11 to hit. 1 target. 6d10 plus 7 slashing damage plus 2d10 necrotic damage. So that's 51 damage. If the damage reduces the target to 0, they must make a con saving throw or die. If the target is killed in this way, they are reanimated as a zombie under Grim Grin's control at the start of its next turn. That's pretty brutal, but I'm here for it. I like pretty brutal. I think that's fine. Put that text in the consume undead ability. Reference back, not forward. It's good advice. This language relies on base rules that don't exist in D&D. This is Magic the Gathering wording. Some of this is, yeah. But I don't know Magic the Gathering, so you notice that more than I do. I would just say some of it's just for me, it's just confusing. Okay, let's take a look at the Consume Undead. Grim Grin grapples a willing, large or smaller undead creature. It can see and consumes it and heals. Put a period here and start a new sentence. It heals an equal to its maximum HP. Each creature that can see Grim Grin and are within 60 feet of it must make a con saving. What? Why? What does that mean? Each creature must make a con saving throw or what? I have no fucking idea. Or they're feared? Well, feared doesn't mean anything in D&D, just so you know. So do you mean, or they gain the frightened condition? They become frightened of it? Cool. So if that's going to happen, you need to say specifically how long they're frightened. I'm going to say some things here right now. Also, Adon, good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. So there are some things that this monster has going on that I think are pretty good. I like the idea of a monster that has sort of a docile state, and then it eats a zombie and enters into a rage state, and then it sort of goes back and forth. That's super cool. Very into it. Also, if this is the frightened condition, why is it a Constitution saving throw? That doesn't make any sense. Make it a Wisdom saving throw. Feared is a word, but it is not a mechanic in D&D. And when we are writing D&D mechanics, it is important that we use the right words. Otherwise, the mechanics are not clear. And if the mechanics are not clear, then nothing is clear. I mean, it technically is a word in D&D because you say the monster was very feared, and the monster was feared by many, but it's not a mechanical word. It doesn't imply any mechanics. Okay, so this monster has a couple things going on that I think are really cool. I like the back and forth between it having violent mode and non-violent mode. I think the biggest hurdle there is, and I'm going to be honest, you are not succeeding in that hurdle right now. I think you could, but you're not right now, which is making that transition smooth, making that transition feel smooth in the way it's written on the page. I think rewriting this so that it's in bullet point form and figuring out how to tie this with Consume Undead a little bit more naturalistically is very important to making this piece work. It should be smooth and simple, and that bounce back and forth between this monster being hyper-aggressive and this monster being sort of lethargic should be both easy for the Dungeon Master to navigate, but also easy for the players to understand and to navigate too. It should be very evident. Maybe it also needs a mode change. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad way you could do it. I mean, I could give you almost word for word the same advice that I gave the guy who made the other thing that was switching around. Donnelly, 18 months. Don is one of my very first subscribers ever. You really like the new YouTube shorts? I'm glad, man. I'm really liking them too. I'm trying to figure out how to turn them into long form videos. I have to figure out how to like film them in such a way that I can do that. The StarCraft thing, the Viking, yeah. So you could sort of maybe take an element from the Viking where it's in one form, and like Great Scythe, you could basically say like only in raged mode or whatever. There's another, in my opinion, pretty big issue with this monster. They make you feel like you're playing D&D? Oh, that means a lot, man. I'm really liking them. I was getting so burnt out on the D&D advice videos. I just needed to change it up a little bit. And I decided it would be fun if it's like a whole story. So if you watch them, they actually tell a story. Like the story has like progression, and they've like developed and stuff. Okay. There's another thing that I think you need to figure out how to address with this monster. I'm curious if anybody else has spotted it. I will give you, the audience, a clue as to what I'm talking about here. There is something very, very specific. Why can't I zoom in better? Okay, there's something very, very specific that is on the page right now. It is somewhere between the stench feature and the consume undead feature that I think fundamentally might make this monster not work. And by not work, I mean not be fun. Specifically, I mean not be fun. Do you think when this new short series ends, are you going to do another campaign after? Maybe. I have a plot for this figured out for at least a little while. Like, I have the plot of it planned out to them fighting the dragon and the aftermath of that. And then depending on what that aftermath feels like, / if I'm still enjoying these characters, I might keep it going. And I might have them like go on another adventure, or I might switch it up. There's a lot of great suggestions in the chat. I don't think this thing having turn resistance is an issue. I don't think undead fortitude is an issue. Those all feel very good for me from the perspective of like a specialized, powerful undead. A few of you just said it at the same time. This fight is gonna last forever. This fight is going to last forever. Why is it gonna last forever? It's gonna last forever because every single time this thing uses Consume Undead, it gains hit points equal to the maximum of the creature it consumed. So now let's be not obnoxious. Let's say we're getting zombies. Zombies have 22 hit points. This monster is an AC of 18. It has a bunch of damage resistances, damage immunities. It has undead fortitude. And, realistically, because it needs to consume undead in order to do anything else, it's going to be consuming undead every other turn, give or take. On the lowest end of the spectrum of that, the lowest of the low, we are looking at the lowest tier monster. That's going to be 22 hit points every 2 rounds. That's the low end. Now, if you have any other sort of, like, what if you have whites? What if you have one of these guys? Not an unreasonable monster to have in your party as a big, powerful thing. That's 45 hit points right off the bat. What if you have an ogre zombie? Also a zombie. That's 85 healing in an instant. That this thing does literally infinitely. They're getting 1/10 of their hit points every 2 rounds at the lowest end of the spectrum. Chill Touch is definitely a solution to prevent monsters from healing, but I would argue it is pretty bad design to have a monster heal so much that if you don't have Chill Touch, the monster's infinite healing is the defining characteristic of the monster. One wizard's cast Hold Monster, one paladin uses Smite, 2-turn battle. I mean, listen, if you can make that work, you can make that work. But we don't know if we're going to have all those tools at our disposal. So, if I were you, remind me who created this? Jade. If I were you, Jade, I would massively tone back the healing, and I probably would turn this monster into something where when it consumed undead, the next round, the entirety of the next round, it was in another form, and at the end of that round, it shifted back into its original form unless it used its action to consume undead to maintain that form. As opposed to sort of doing this weird language of, like, it maintains that, does that ability until it uses an action to do anything other than that action. Like, just make it like a round being one thing, and then it shifts back at the end of that turn. And yeah, the healing is tedious. The healing is tedious. It's a neat idea for a monster. I think it could be a lot of fun. I also think you might want to give this thing some defensive element when there's not an undead around. It is going to be really, really easy. In fact, it's going to be much easier for a party to remove undead from being near this thing than them to beat this thing. So the way to beat this thing is to just move all the undead away and then just slowly pepper it, which is not a particularly exciting fight. So you might want to give this thing some features that either allow it to create its own undead or that allow it to be a threat when there's no undead in a way that will encourage the players to actually fight it as opposed to just keep undead away from it. You can kill it with a channel divinity. What channel divinity can you kill it with? Turn undead on his food. Yeah, that's true. That's really true. Yeah, I know it can create an undead if a player drops to 0, but that's not a combat mechanic that you want to rely on. That's more of like a looming threat. If your monster is intended to genuinely kill NPC players in order for its base core loop to work, I don't think that's great. So yeah, I think it's a fun idea. I think the core vibe is really fun. I think the back and forth between the slow mode and the aggressive mode is really fun. I think you just got to reorganize it a bit. Turn these into bullet points. I think having it have modes on different turns is going to just help with that immensely. And do something about this healing. Yeah, really fun concept, though. And those be my thoughts. I also think you probably got to lower the HP and the AC. Or some combination of both of them, especially if it's going to be healing. Healing is almost double, like heal. It's not doubling, but healing. You're almost wanting to imagine that it has like a maybe like a third bigger hit pool than it normally does, give or take, depending on how much healing it's doing. I like the encounter drama of it eating a zombie and going nuts. Yeah, I think it's cool. I also think it's a cool idea to do something where it makes the players realize they have to prioritize getting zombies away from it. That's cool. But we still want it to be able to do stuff when that's happened. We want it to be able to spit something or teleport away. I mean, teleport probably wouldn't fit the vibe of this one. But something. All right, cool, Jade. Thank you very much for sharing. That's a fun one. Let's give Jade a round of applause. Thank you, Jade. A necromancer player could take control of this and feed it other zombies. Yeah, that would be trouble. Thank you for sharing. Kadoosh. Cinder, if you don't moor my thing, I'll be sad. I worked on it, even found the artist's most art for it. Please roll it. A Lego, I'm going to tell you two things right now. Number one, I have no control over what pieces of Homebrew are picked. The wheel does. We are separate entities, but we do work together. I will tell you, though, that you should never say what you just said to me. You can tell me, you can say, I hope the wheel goes to my thing, but if you ever try any element of, like, minor guilt tripping or that asking that enters into the realm of, like, whining a little bit, I respond very badly to that. And what it often turns into is that if I do look at your piece, you end up getting a much more intense version of me. You get much more of the Gordon Ramsay and less of the Mr. Rogers. Why? Because I'm not here for people to beg for my attention or for me to beg. Yeah, that's why. If the chat turns into people fucking begging, it's not fun and it's annoying. That's why. You can beg to the wheel. You can pray to the wheel. A lot of people pray to the wheel. But I'm not interested in the, like, if my thing doesn't get spun, I'd be sad because I worked so hard on it. Like, I love that you worked hard on it, but everybody worked hard on it, man. That's the whole fucking point. The whole fucking point is that everybody's working hard, everybody's learning, everybody's growing, we're all doing it together. One of the things that I try to... One of the ideas that I try to build upon and try to impose upon you as the audience of these sorts of shows is that you are both very special and also really not at all special. You are both of those things, okay? You as an individual creature in the universe are very special. You have quite a lot of worth, quite a lot of value. You know, it is important that you exist, and it's wonderful that you are taking the time to try to create, and that inherently means you are a champion. The other end of that spectrum is that you're also just a person posting shit online. And there's a lot of people posting shit online. And in order for you to be something more than that, your piece has to speak for itself. And I would like to go into that piece with wide and friendly eyes. Not going into it with the tone of being annoyed. You know? You are special. You have an insane amount of worth. Your homebrew? Maybe. But it doesn't matter. Your homebrew doesn't need to. You're the one that needs to. You're the maker, right? The resource, your tool is important, but what matters more is you as the one using the tool to get better with it. You know, like I like to think about these homebrew reviews as almost like a sketchbook. Real artists usually keep sketchbooks and journals and like fill them up with art that they never share with anybody. It's just them processing so that they can get to a point where they can make something truly amazing. That's sort of what this is. I don't expect any of your homebrew to be publishing quality. I expect you, though, to be growing in such a way that one day you may be making something that is publishing quality. I mean, maybe some of it is, but, you know, it's, you know, whatever. Rant over. That's true. Also, I have like a whole Discord that is built around people sharing and giving each other peer reviews. If you really have the goal of becoming a writer, you should not be waiting for me to give you feedback. You should be getting feedback from as many thoughtful people as you can. Lol says, this is my first piece of homebrew ever. I'd be very happy for any feedback about it. Cool. First piece ever. That's exciting. You're trying? Dude, that's great. That's what matters. Trying is the only thing that matters. Keep trying. If you try enough, you grow. And if you grow enough, you can ride the big kid rides at the grocery store. Grocery store. Sorry, I mixed up my human words. I mean, amusement park. This is called the swall. How am I supposed to pronounce that word? The swallop. The swallop. The swallop. Okay, it's a swallop. Right? It's this little guy. Look at that little guy. Oh my god, did you make this art? If you made this art, say, I made this. That's very funny looking. Put the flavor text up top. Always put the flavor text up top. I'd also probably put the art up top too. Watch out and don't anger them. You might disappear. Okay, so I used to do this. I used to not write flavor text for my monsters. I used to use quotes as flavor text. I think that's totally a reasonable thing to do. It's a choice that you're making because it's making the person who's reading it do a little bit more work, but it's totally reasonable to do. Let's see what this thing gets. It doesn't look like it climbs, but I accept. Actions: stubborn bite. Melee weapon attack plus 0 to hit reach 5 feet, 1 creature, 1 piercing damage, and it sticks to the target until removed. The swop will always be at the same position as the target. A creature within 5 feet of it can spend their. You don't need. Okay, you can just cut this whole sentence out. And it's saying you could say attaches itself to the target. There's other monsters in D&D that do this. The Sturge does this. You can just copy language from them. Sturge attaches to the target while attached. Yeah, you just say attaches to the target. And then say it can detach itself by this. A creature, including the target, can use its action to detach it. So just copy that language. Friend of... Also, what is the point of it attaching? I guess we'll see as we go. Friend of all shadows. When the swop is in dim light or darkness, it can teleport to any unoccupied space that is also in dim light or darkness. No matter the distance. No matter the distance? I don't like that. That's too strong. Yeah, this is too much. It's just too much. It's a cute, like what is, I don't know. I don't like that. I think you got to tone that down a little bit. Yeah, I would, honestly, I would keep it, they can teleport to from areas of dim light or darkness to other areas of dim light or darkness, and I'd probably give it a range of like 30 feet, and I probably would not let it go through other dimensions. I would look at, you could look to the Shadow Monk for language on that, by the way. That's not going to bring up anything we need. Teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. When it's in dim light or darkness, it can teleport to an unoccupied space it can see that is also in dim light or darkness. All right, let's take a look at Twitch Touch of Twilight. If 7 alive swaps touch a creature, that is horrible language. We're going to fix that. That's really poorly worded. They can collectively decide to teleport themselves and the creature to any unoccupied space that is also in dim light or darkness. Okay, so here's the way that we're going to do this. Here's the way that you do this. You have to keep something in mind. Action economy exists in D&D, and it's like pretty important. You have to make things work within action economy. So, how do we make this work within action economy? First of all, alive swaps is nothing. So I would just say this. You have to think about how do you build this feature into the action economy? How do you make this work in combat? Here's what I would say. Actually, let me think about this for a couple seconds before I just spout out some words, because I have a thought. It's odd, but I kind of like it. I think that, yeah, unfortunately, Friend of the Shadows has to pretty dramatically change, and Stubborn Bite, you just copy the Sturge. But I think how you would word it is this. There needs to be a saving throw here. First of all, it can't just happen. Second of all, well, you could sort of decide it's either going to be an attack roll or a saving throw. It can't just be automatic. It's too much. So here's what I would say. Touch of Twilight. And then I would say the Schlop. I almost want to make it like an attack. I would say something like, if the Schlop is attached to a creature, and there are at least 6 other Schlops attached to the creature, it can force the target to make a charisma saving throw. And it should be like a DC like 10. On a failed save, the Schlop and all Schlops connected to it, or the creature and all of the Schlops connected to it can teleport to a point of the Schlop's choice within blah, 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 blah. Something like that. But you got to build it into like the action economy. So you got to clarify that in order for it to do this, it needs to be attached and there needs to be 6 other creatures attached. I also think needs a saving throw. And realistically, you can't put this in other, you can't make them teleport anywhere or to other dimensions. It makes it unusable. Because it's a CR0 monster, first of all. So that means that it's appropriate to use against literally any level of party. And what happens when you fail against this thing? You lose your character. That's it. Failing against this monster creates a situation where your party is split in such a way where your character either dies or you basically lose your character for a while, or you need to split the party in a way that's really fucking tedious. I don't think that's fun. I don't think that will be fun at all. And there are much, much more powerful creatures that can teleport creatures to other places, and they have a lot less power than this in doing so. The Measle? Let's take a look. I was going to look at the Bone Claw. Shadow teleport. The measle and any equipment it's carrying or teleporting, and any creature it is grappled to, it is grappling, teleport to an unoccupied space within 500 feet, provided that the space is in dim light or darkness. I mean, yeah, you could literally fucking copy this. This also has a dim light or darkness teleport, so it's actually perfect to copy this language. But yeah, you can't make it like infinite use. You can't make it teleport anywhere, unfortunately. It's a fun idea, but if you want to do that, you got to deal with this thing being a much higher CR monster or try to figure out another way to integrate it. I don't think it works as a CR0 monster, as is. No, it would not be able to be summoned. You can only summon things that are explicitly listed as summonable. It's a fun idea. I think the core flavor is great. I think you need to figure out how to build that flavor in a way that either this monster is not a CR0 monster, but like a CR3 or a CR4 monster, or tone it down. You got to tone it up and or down so that it can find like a middle ground that would work. I think it could work as a higher CR monster, but I think the idea is flawed right now in a way that needs to be addressed. Because think about it like this. You have two conditions that you have a condition that needs to be met, and then you have an outcome, both of which are kind of annoying. The condition is 7 of these things attached to a creature. So realistically, in order for that condition to happen, you as a dungeon master are going to be attacking with at least 7 of these things. And players are going to be taking them on and off, right? Trying to pull them on and off as actions or whatever it takes to pull them on or off. Which means, like, think about actually playing that out. That's going to be so many attack rolls that lead to, like, it's not going to feel like a fun, like, you know what I mean? Like, how's that going to be fun? Is that going to be a fun combat encounter? Where it's, like, dealing with, like, tedious numbers of things on something and using your action to remove 1. Like, feeling like you're doing nothing with that action to remove 1. And then what happens when you fail? You just lose your character, and that's the end of the game for your character. Like, that's not fun. So I think you got to think about how to make those expressions exist in a way that, like, both the battle with it is going to be engaging, but also if the players fail, the game will still be fun for them. You can do really bad stuff to characters, but you need to think about the permanence of that stuff. I think a swarm would make a lot of sense, too. Using a bonus action to take them off could help. Maybe when you do an action to take them off, you remove 1d4. All of that is definitely helping. But I still contend that there is an issue with the core gameplay loop. I don't know if it's a lot of fun to do the game. There's lots of little guys jumping onto me, and each gets their own attack roll, and then I pull off each one individually. In fact, I think actually making it a swarm is probably the way to go. And having this thing not really be tied so specifically to the number of them attached to you, but make it like the swarm attaches to you and they start trying to do something. Yeah, it's going to be tedious. And it's not even going to be tedious for an outcome that's fun. It's going to be tedious for an outcome that is either literally nothing, because it's like, okay, cool, we got them off and now just we continue. Or an outcome that is going to be incredibly frustrating, which is losing your character. I mean, it's not just flavor if they can travel to any plane of existence with you. They just teleport you to the Shadowfell. Even if your character doesn't die immediately in the Shadowfell, you're a level 3 party. You're going to Winterfell or whatever. You're going to fucking Dragon's Gate. You don't even have regular teleport yet, let alone interplanar teleport. So they are dead. That character is dead. Doesn't matter. You mean when they kill you, you teleport? Oh, yeah, I still like the idea of them teleporting creatures against their will into areas of darkness. I think that's cool. I don't think you need to lose that. Dawn has a good idea. Yeah, maybe make the character come back after a period of time. You could treat it more like the banishment spell. That could work. You could even just make it the banishment spell. Teleport to jail, straight to jail, yeah. The border ethereal, but then you need to incorporate the mechanics of the border ethereal. Do you want to have to do that for your monster stat block? I think it's not the move, man. I think if you want to make this thing be traveling creatures to other dimensions, you got to look at other creatures that are doing that, which is like stuff like the Retriever, which is like, I think a CR. I don't remember what CR is. It's between 10 and 14. What is it? 14. Like the Retriever can teleport creatures against their will. It's a CR 14 monster. It can plane shift creatures against their will. And even that, it can only do it to incapacitated creatures. And it can only do it 3 times a day. And they can still... And it's a... By the way, this is a CR 14 monster. It's a DC 13 save. That's a really easy save. Really easy save for a CR 14 monster. That's a low... That would be the equivalent of this thing's saving throw being like a 4. A normal CR 14 monster is going to have a saving throw that's closer to like... between like a 16 and an 18. In fact, you can even see it up here. The reason this saving throw is so low, aside from it just being tied to like the mechanics of the monster, is that this is fucking hectic. Very, very cool idea for a monster. Very fun. I love the art. I love the vibe. I love these little shadow creatures that wrap around you and sort of pull you away into nothingness. I think that is fucking awesome. I think you just got to figure out how to express that in a way that is going to be reasonable and also fun. I think the teleporting players is great. I just don't think you should be teleporting them to other dimensions. Or if you're teleporting them to other dimensions, you're doing it for a very short period of time. That's what I would say. Because I don't think you got to get rid of the teleport. I think the teleport's cool. I think the teleport's the most important part of the monster, honestly. At least from the way it's written. Tuna Melt suggests making it 2 stat blocks, a singular one, and then a swarm. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. That could also work. I really like it though, dude. I think the solution is not to get rid of the teleport. I think the solution is to make the teleport appropriate for it being a CR0 monster, or to up the CR and still sort of tone down the teleport. Keeping in mind, forced teleportation that is interdimensional is big. I don't even think it needs charges if it has range and can't teleport to other dimensions. I don't think it needs charges. I think it could do that infinitely if it was. I think that would be fine. I just think it's a matter of toning it back a little bit. But yeah, I think it would be fine then. Cool. Fun piece, dude. You said this is your first piece of homebrew? Honestly, man, really fucking solid for a first piece of homebrew. Does it need work? Yes. But that doesn't actually matter. Every piece of homebrew needs work. I don't think I've ever seen a piece where I'm like, this is perfect. Unless it's like stupid and silly and like intentionally like a punchy, quick item. You did something here that I think is really important, and it is the hardest thing. It is genuinely the hardest thing. Which is that it is quite evocative. Regardless of how powerful or not powerful it is, or how balanced it is, you can see even just from the chat, people are like, whoa, this is a cool idea. This is weird. This is crazy. Like, you see it, right? That's the most important part of writing homebrew. And it is something that I talk about a lot when I'm reviewing homebrew, and you'll see it sometimes, because sometimes I think people don't do a good job of it, and I think it's, again, it's like the most important thing is like, people don't want to read your homebrew. Going back to what I said earlier, where I was like, you are special and you have value, but your homebrew doesn't. That is not necessarily how I feel, but that is how the world feels. If you want to write homebrew and you want people to use it, it either needs to solve a problem that they are looking to solve or it needs to inspire them in a way that makes them excited. So it either needs to be really good at like fixing something, or it needs to be evocative. That matters more than anything else. Because if you hit evocative, you can figure out how to balance underneath that. Or change it to fit whatever it needs to be more of that. So, very evocative, very flavorful. Evil soot monsters from, evil soot spirits from Ghibli films. It's also, yeah, I thought that's what I was thinking of too. So yeah, fun, good, great start, honestly. Really flavorful. I hope you keep working on it. And I hope you write more homebrew. Let's hear it for a law. Let's give them a round of applause. Their first piece of homebrew. Pretty cool. Very cool. Very cool. Ooh. Had a little bit of a resurge. Hey, Cinder, quick question. I'm hoping to create a character that will be able to make tonics and oils that could be applied to weapons or myself or give temporary boosts such as dark vision. I would look for homebrew alchemists classes. I wouldn't use any of the official stuff to do that. There isn't really an official thing that does that well. If you want to have a whole character that's built around that, look for, I think that there is a alchemist, and I think there's also like a witch class by Mage Hand Press that do that pretty well. I would look for, I genuinely would look for other classes. I also know that there's like a blood hunter that does potion-y shit, but I don't think it's that good. So I would say find some homebrew. You hope you're next? Me too, man. Elden Ring. Eliago. I love Elden Ring. Hey, Cinder, I'm about to start a campaign where I play a sorcerer, but I plan to multi-class into warlock later. Great strat. I've done it before. It's great. How do I do this narratively without making a whole quest or something? Talk to your dungeon master about it. I literally did not do any warlock flavor. I asked my dungeon master if I could start multi-classing into warlock and have it not at all be flavorful. Literally nothing changes about them. I'm just wanting to add the warlock mechanics to my sorcerer to help express the visage of their character. So I was a shadow sorcerer, and I took the undead warlock subclass when I multi-classed. And, no, I took the hexblade warlock, excuse me. And I did not actually have a hexblade anything. I didn't have a patron. I just described it like I was like fighting with cool like shadow swords and stuff. And it was fine. I don't think you need, you can, I think mechanics can uplift flavor. You don't need to always find the flavor for the mechanics, you know? If your dungeon master is refusing to do that also, I would be annoyed with that. But, you know, if you're depending on what sort of sorcerer you are, think about what sort of warlocks you're into. And you could sort of ask your dungeon master if, like, as you are, you know, becoming more powerful as a sorcerer, you sort of, like, awaken an awareness of, like, other things in the universe that are of that power also. And then sort of, like, you know, have, like, a little 2-minute moment where, like, after everyone goes to bed, you, like, tap into that power and beseech one of it to, like, work together with you, you know? So, like, if you were going to be, like if you're like a, you know, if you're like a storm sorcerer, for example, maybe you tap into the visage of like a kraken or a leviathan and you become a fathomless warlock a little bit. Eliago and I literally had the same idea. That's so funny. Does that mean we're both brilliant or we're both boring? Hopefully a little bit of both. As long as I'm on this, as long as I'm not alone, I'm fine with that. Whoever you are, somebody just sent in an item. The flavor text, in the forum you wrote, seen other holy items in D&D and didn't feel they did enough to really push undead or fiends enough, so I made my own. Whoever you are, you did not put a name in your form. And if you don't put a name in your form, I can't add you to the wheel. So please go back into the form and edit it so that your name is there, and then I can add you to the wheel. You don't need to use your name. You can use whatever pseudonym you want. I need a name for the wheel. The wheel needs a name. Brent. We have a couple Brents in our community. I wonder which one this is. I don't think this is England Brent. I'll know if he writes any words with like color or magic or color or any, any of those words with a secret U. He wants me to go to page 3, Ysmir's Unfinished Tapestry. Thank you so much for the quirky magic item theme stream. The bargain bin magic shop in one of my games has been nicely filling up. Great. So we're going to page 3, Ysmir's Unfinished Tapestry. Let's try to remember that. 1, 2, 3. Here it is in the chat. Oh, did you do your own art? I hope. Can I just check something here? So I want to. Oh no, this is England, Brent. There's the shield. Can I talk? Okay, Brent. I know. We're gonna look at another item, but can I just point something out here? I really appreciate it when people in my community do really cool shit, and I just want to point this out for a second. So this is a crest of arms that Brent has made, and he drew it, okay, and then he turned it into a stencil that that like could be cut out in fucking metal. Like this is not a this is like a picture from like his house. He made that, okay? That's cool. But do you know what's really fucking cool? Do you know what these are? These are like the family crest icons of his D&D players, who I also think are his children. Which is fucking awesome. Okay, sorry. Had to gush over you for a second. What are we looking at? The Unfinished Tapestry. Yeah, it's fucking cool. Like, first of all, I was talking to somebody about, so I was camping this weekend, and some of the people I was camping with are people I played D&D with, and I said to one of them, I was like, could you imagine how different our lives would have been if we knew we liked D&D, like, when we were kids? Because we were lamenting how we don't have that much time to play D&D anymore, and, like, everybody's busy, like, our groups get together, like, you know, you just don't have time. It's fucking impossible. Uh-oh, Donnelly's giving away a sub. Like, the last really long-form D&D game I had was actually with Don. And it was the game we played over COVID. And that was why we had time, because it was fucking COVID. But I think about how much time I had when I was, like, a teenager or a child. If I knew I liked D&D as a kid, I don't know if my life would have been better or worse, but there would have been so much more D&D in it. Like, I would have been doing sleepovers where we're playing D&D for like 10 hours straight. It would have been amazing. Anyway, I'm sad that I missed that. But when I see things like this, and I see people that are not just running D&D for their kids, but like taking that extra step to like really do crazy fucking stuff with it, like elevate it. It's not even that you're that nerdy, dude. You're genuinely doing something wonderful. And it just warms my ancient cold heart. All right. Let's take a... Now that I'm done giving you a bunch of compliments, let's tear your magic item apart, okay? You're 15 and you still got no time? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I haven't been 15 in a really long time, so I feel like massive changes have happened to the education system and what life is like since then. Also, you're 15 in school post-COVID, which is like a different universe. Like, when I went to school... I mean, I went to a bunch of different schools, but the last time I was in, like, school... Well, it was just a very different sort of situation. Basically, it was, like, one really big building, a room that, like, everybody went to, and they would do... Everyone was sort of... Like, they would have... There weren't, like, classes weren't done by year, so you would have, like kindergarten through 3rd grade would be together, and they would have class in the morning, and they would go, you know, do chores and farm work and stuff. And then in the afternoon, you'd have like the 4th graders through, I don't know, 7th or 8th graders, and they would go. And then at night, the eldest would basically switch off. Half of them would be going into the school together, and the other half would be on patrol. It's different types of, different eras, I guess. All right, let's take a look at this item. Ysmir's Unfinished Tapestry. A beautiful tapestry woven from soft, warm fabric. The tapestry features a 4x5 grid. Is this... I'm assuming this is not a measurement. This is literally... There are 4 squares by 5 squares just on the tapestry. 10 1d20, 10 minus 1 of the grid's 20 cells. Yes, I was right. Contain a vignette. If a creature sleeps under the blanket during a long rest, they have a 1 in 20 chance of experiencing a prophetic vision. This omen provides clues. I don't know how I feel about calling it a vision and then an omen. I might call it a vision again. I know. I normally say don't put too many words right next to each other, but this is really not a descriptive word. It's like, it is a descriptive word, but it's like a noun. It's like this is what it is. Like, I wouldn't call, like, the mistake would be, like, if you use prophetic again in the next sentence, but I think calling it a vision again would be, I don't know, I just like it more. This vision provides clues about an upcoming event, hidden object, or nearby threat. Once a creature has such a vision, another cell of the tapestry is completed. Okay. Can I, okay. First of all, there's a lot going on here. I like it from a vibe, but we need to clean up the mechanics a little bit. So, there are magic items in D&D that have essentially what this has, where they come with a variety of uses or a variety of charges, and they start with a limited number of charges. The Wand of Wonder is a good example of that. Although I think it recharges charges. I make it run out, though. But, like, so here's what I would say. I don't think you need... Okay, first of all, put a paragraph break here. And I would actually write this in more of a proper sentence in terms of clarifying the point of this. I would say, when discovered, like, I would say something like, when discovered, 1d20 minus 1 panels on the tapestry are filled in. I would actually use that language. I think just to clarify what the goal of this mechanic is here, because it took me a while to know what the goal of this mechanic was. I don't want to be seeing this mechanic and then figuring out what the point of this is. I want to be seeing this mechanic and understanding, oh, this means that this is how much of that resource. This is a flavorful way of expressing a resource. You know what I mean? Stream's going good. Rex, how's it going, buddy? Stream's going very well. So that's what I would say here. I would say the most like you want that intention to be evident in this sentence. Now, mechanically, what is going on here? What does it mean for a creature to have a 1 in 20 chance? I know you know what it means. But what does it mean? It means roll a d20. That's what it means, right? So you just put a mechanic here, because there's a couple ways you could do that. You could say, when a creature sleeps under this blanket, they roll a d20. On a 20, they get a prophetic vision. You could also make it a little bit weirder if you want to, right? You could say, when a creature sleeps under this blanket, they pick a number between 1 and 20, and then roll a d20. It's literally the exact same ratio, but it feels a little bit weird, because it's like you're picking a number and then rolling it. But we just let us know we're rolling die here. Just give us the mechanic for the 1 in 20 chance. Now, I think that this omen, I don't know if the language here is enough. The language here is certainly enough for you to use this in your home game. Certainly. But is it enough for another person to use it? I would argue that the way it's written, it is very close to like not a MacGuffin, but like a exposition item, which I think work better if the Dungeon Master controls when they activate. but I don't think it should be an exposition item. And to me, I feel like this weirdly sits sort of between two spells. One of those spells is Augury, which I'm sure you're familiar with. But basically, Augury is a spell that allows you to ask a question, and you get wheel, woe, or wheel and woe, or nothing, which basically means like stuff might be good, stuff might be bad, it's kind of good and bad, or it's not really either. But the other thing that I actually think this is better for is Legend Lore. So Legend Lore is a really cool spell. Legend Lore is a spell that players never pick, and why would you? It's not really exciting, but it's a great spell to put in a magic item or to ascribe, to give players access to sometimes. Basically, you name or describe a person, place, or object, and the spell gives you vague details about them and their history. I think you could use this language or examples to help with your language here, to help give a sense of what the vibe of this is. Might be cool if something more minor happens on a roll from a 1 to 19. That's kind of a fun idea. You could also make it where the ratio changes depending on how many tapestry spots are left. You know, it could become more likely that it will work each time it succeeds, so that it has less uses. So you could basically get to a point where you're like, this has 2 uses left, but I know it's going to work, which is kind of cool. But what I was going to say was, I think it would be worthwhile to get a little bit more explicit into the depth of knowledge we are given, or the means of knowledge that we're given. So, what do I mean by that? I mean, clues about... Who's rating me? Robert Hartley! How's it going, buddy? Robert Hartley GM. Folks, Robert Hartley GM is the coolest guy this side of the Mississippi. Rob, I actually need to... I want to talk to you. Let me give you a little shout out. How's it going, buddy? I want to talk to you. I'm gonna hit you up on Discord. I want to ask you some questions about some stuff for Castleton, because I know that you are going to be doing some stuff that I think that we need to talk about. Maybe I want to clarify with you, because you're the god of fighting, right? All right, we'll talk about it. But anyway, welcome to the show. Hi guys, my name is CinderBlocksally. Nutshell, here's the show. Hi. There's this big wheel of D&D Homebrew. If you want to submit Homebrew for it to be reviewed, you put the command wheel in the chat, and it'll pop up a little form, and basically we spin the wheel and we read people's Homebrew. And right now we're looking at Ysmir's Unfinished Tapestry, which is basically a blanket that when you sleep with it, there's a 1 in 20 chance that you have a vision. And what we were just talking about is the language of this vision, I think, is a little unclear. I think that when we make a magic item, we should not want... That magic item should not be too much work for the Dungeon Master to implement. We want our magic items to uplift the game. We don't want them to make too much more work. And I think that what this magic item really needs is just a little bit more detail about the way these omens are given. And I think that could be anything from giving more specific details about the depth of information that you could get, or if the player has any choice in the information, or if it's all left to the Dungeon Master. And then the other thing is, what do these visions look like? And I probably would use language to describe like dreams and dreaming, and have these visions be essentially what dreams the person has, provided they rolled well enough on the thingy-majiggy. But overall, dude, I think it's a pretty cool item. It's one of those items that the way it's written needs some cleaning up for sure if you want to do this, want this to work in a public setting. But for your home game, it's pretty much ready to roll. All right, let's give Brent a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. His name is Brent. His name is Brent. 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 Thank you for sharing. Rob, what were you doing on your stream? You might have left already. I'm going to say something. Yo, whenever people raid people, they don't stick around. And why would they? Get the fuck out of here. Take a break. You just finished doing a show. You know what I mean? Get in and get out. What a beautiful singing voice. Yeah, listen, I'm a champion. I'm a singer-songwriter. All right, let's see. Did anybody else submit any homebrew? Let's double check. He was playing Legend of Zelda while waiting for some ADHD doctor. Ah, okay. Is he playing the OG Legends of Zelda for Nintendo? All right, most recent is Yoda's mom. Who else? Okay, we got 2 more submissions. Lovely. Love to see it. Ocarina of Time, cool. You know, I've never played a single Zelda game. Ever. But I do like to talk about them as if I have. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Next is Laris. Let's see what Laris has for us today. Laris, I hardly know us. Laris says, this monster is an adaptation of a boss from a game called Chrono Arc. When I set out to make this monster, I wanted players to actively think about and manipulate their action economy. Interesting. Weird goal. Also, this is my first attempt at homebrew. I love first attempts at homebrew. So often, they are the weirdest ideas, and oftentimes they're kind of too hectic. So, okay, well, should I be harsh before I'm kind, or should I be kind before I'm harsh? Chat, tell me, let me know. Because I'm gonna be both. I have to be both. Look at this fucking thing. Harsh first, then kind. Okay. The harsh is gonna be really harsh. The harsh is gonna be really harsh. The harsh is gonna start with, I'm not gonna read this whole stat block. It's not gonna help you grow as a writer for me to read this whole stat block. Straight up. This monster, I'm telling you right now, and I don't mean this to be rude, I mean this with the certainty of 1,000 suns, does too many things. Let's count the features this monster has before we even know what they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't count legendary resistances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 13 different features. One of those features is called Quick Draw. I didn't read this before, and I'm just skimming it and seeing it now. This feature requires us to keep track of separate numbers of charges of things. This is going to be a really fucking tedious monster to keep track of. It's going to be a hard monster to keep track of. My main advice for somebody that is starting homebrew is don't start with a CR 18 monster that does 13 different things. When you are running combat, you are thinking of 1,000, maybe not 1,000. You're probably thinking of 6 or 7 different things at the same time. It is totally fine to have a complicated monster, but you have to be very thoughtful about how you're making it complicated. So if I have a monster that has 2 different bonus actions, 3 different actions, a once a day feature, another fancy feature, and 4 different legendary actions, and a reaction, I probably don't want one of those features to be an extra complicated feature. So we're going to jump around as we read this. I'm not going to read it all in order. We're going to do a bit of skimming. The other thing that I want you to do is just make sure you're doing all your math right. So for example, this is a medium creature. It's using D8s. That's lovely. What is 3 times 36? Is it 108? Because if it's not, that's the right number that it should be. It's a CR 18 monster, which means its proficiency bonus is going to be like +6, give or take. So this thing is attacking with Dex, I'm assuming. So 6 plus 5 is 11. All right, so that all looks good. So you're getting a lot of your math right, which is nice. Now let's take a look at what this thing actually does. But yeah, this thing is, it's too much. I'm certain of it before I even read it. Honorable Duelist. Oh, well, here it is in the chat also if you guys want to take a look at it yourself. Duelist Godo automatically fails his saving throw against the effects of the compelled duel spell and cannot use legendary actions to resistance to succeed instead. That's fun and interesting. I like that. Legendary resistance is fine. When Duelist Godo would reach 0 hit points, he instead survives with 1 hit point and becomes immune to all damage till the end of his next turn. All right. So far, I was maybe being too harsh. I like all this stuff a lot. This is basically a flavor mechanic, but it's a fun flavor mechanic. Quick Draw. Duelist Godo's pistols gain 1 charge every time an enemy creature takes an action, bonus action, or reaction after initiative has been rolled. At 6 charges, the pistol fires and deals 1d6 piercing damage to the last creature to charge the pistol. After this ability activates, the damage increases by 1d6. We have bumped into the thing that I think I don't think it should be. Now, there's a problem here. This is what you want this monster to be. Talked about this. So what's the problem here? How do we... There is a pretty big issue here. Let's not even worry about how complicated it is. Let's think about why this is an issue. Let's not... okay, let me take... Let's not talk about it from a balance perspective, and let's not talk about it from a complicated to implement perspective. Assuming that it was easy to implement this mechanic and that it wouldn't do too much damage, what's the problem here? There's a big one. I'll give you a clue. It has to do very specifically with how you balance an encounter, as well as how a player engages with an encounter. It's okay if there's no attack roll associated with a feature if it just automatically happens. There are features that just automatically happen, right? Fire elementals automatically deal fire damage if you touch them. Like, that's fine. The issue, in my mind, is that this monster is better or worse depending on the amount of players that there are in combat. Better yet, the amount of creatures that there are in combat. That is very hard to scale. And that is very hard to balance for. Like, fundamentally, you have no idea how powerful this monster is. Because it is very different if it's fighting 1 monster or 20 monsters. And that's not great. It's one of the reasons why a lot of magic items have their own spell save DC, because if a spell save DC of a magic item adjusts with the character, its power kind of adjusts with the character. So it's harder to figure out where it sits in the balance. So that's the first issue, is that this is a really hard thing to balance for. It inherently makes this monster hard to balance. The other issue, and I think probably the bigger issue, is that it takes the most important part. It literally takes the only thing that players can do in combat and disincentivizes them to do it. This basically says, if you do anything that you can do, it makes this monster stronger. That's literally not fun. That is the only way to deal with this monster's ability is to opt to do nothing with your turn other than move. And maybe if you have a feature that activates automatically or something. But it's just not fun. Like, it doesn't matter if it's strong or not. It incentivizes doing nothing. It doesn't encourage gameplay. It encourages lack of gameplay. Brandon says it also does not have a range. That is true. Oops. It definitely needs to have a range. It needs to be like creatures within 60 feet of it, within 10 feet of it, within something. That would help. That would give players something they could do. If it had a radius of 30 feet, then creatures could need to, get the fuck back before they do anything. That could be a big implement there. But this feature fundamentally, I think, doesn't work. And I think the question you have to ask yourself is, what do you want to do here? If your goal is to encourage characters to not use their actions, bonus actions, and reactions, I don't think that's a good goal. I think that goal goes against the core game mechanics of combat in D&D. So what else could the goal be? How else could you incorporate this guy being quick? Well, there are lots of monsters in D&D that have features that represent them being pretty quick. One of the things that comes to mind is the Marilith, which is a giant snake thing. They get a reaction every single turn. I would get rid of all the load legendary actions and just make quick draw a legendary action. Yeah, that's actually a great idea. Literally get rid of all of these. Just give them a legendary action called quick draw where they can take one shot with their gun. Done. But yeah, the reason why I wanted to talk about this as much as I did is because you very explicitly said, like, this was an important mechanic to you. And I don't want to just say, this doesn't work, drop it. I want to kind of explain where my head is at when I'm reading a mechanic like this and why I feel like while there might be something in that idea that's fun, it's really not going to work well with D&D design. It really, really... You don't want to make a mechanic that encourages players to do nothing unless there's some way they can fight it. And there's just no way that they can fight it with this. It just happens. Where'd the music go? Excuse me. Duelist Godo makes 2 katana attacks or ricochet shot attacks in any combination. Uses Fan the Hammer if Last Stand is activated. Okay, let's take a look. Basic attack, fine. Piercing damage is if attack misses the target, roll again against a different creature within 30 feet. So the way that you would word this, you would say is, if this attack misses the target, Godo can pick another target within 30 feet of the initial target to re-roll the attack roll against, or something like that. Honestly, I might not re-roll the attack roll. I might just use the same attack roll against another creature, but you could re-roll it if you really want to. Fan the Hammer, up to 6 different targets. This should just be an AoE move. So one of the things that happens when you are running D&D, when you're playing D&D, is you want to think about how much space everything takes up in terms of, like, time on the board. Think about how much time it's going to take to roll 6 attack rolls and roll damage on 6 attack rolls versus how much time it's going to take to tell everybody to make a dexterity saving throw and rolling damage once. So this probably should be, if I were you, I would make this either a cone or maybe a radius effect if he's and he's spinning in a circle, but I wouldn't just make it a 6 attacks. That's going to be annoying, especially with the way Ricochet works. It could be 12 rolls of the die. Like, that's going to take so much time. Literally think about how much time that's going to take. Like, you as a dungeon master sitting at the table to roll all those dice. You don't want to have to do that. Make it an AoE. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Bonus action, he lowers his AC by 2 until the end of his turn and provokes opportunity attacks from any creature that can see him. Why would he do that? This is not a good move. This literally is just lowering his AC and making it so other creatures attack him. As far as I can tell, there's literally not a single mechanic in this thing that would make this guy want to get bonus charges on quick draw. How? Oh, because they're using their reactions? That's so tedious. Just cut that out, man. Genuinely cut it out. Don't need it. If you want to do something, you could basically give this guy like a compelled duel type feature. I would just do that, honestly. Duelist Godo targets a point he can see within 30 feet. Each creature within 10 feet of that point have to make a con save or be blinded and deafened until the start of his next turn. I think that's fine. Being able to do that every single turn is kind of a lot. I guess he's CR 18. I don't know. I might put it on some sort of limiter or something. I think the main problem here is adapting mechanics that work really well in a video game into a TTRPG where you have to do this manual. Yeah, this stuff, I mean, a lot of this, a lot of this works fine. But a lot of it is just doesn't work fine if it's for D&D. Flashbang needs a use limit, yeah. Or it needs like a recharge mechanic like a Dragon's Fire Breath. And then this guy has parry, which is fine. And then he's got legendary actions. Targets a creature within 60 feet. They have to make a wisdom saving throw or have quick draws mark transferred to them. I don't even know what the fuck quick draws mark is. I'm assuming it's something that's described in here, but again, I think you just need to get rid of this mechanic, so just drop it. Realistically, get rid of all of these legendary actions. Give him some sort of quick draw as a legendary action. And I think you're good. Maybe some sort of movement as a legendary action, too. For a first piece of... For a first homebrew, it's fine. It's not terrible. There are some fun ideas in here. But I think that you are going to massively improve as... Like, you are going to do yourself a... It's hard because you've essentially decided to enter the game on hard mode. You're like... You're doing Elden Ring on New Game Plus with a level 1 character. The higher the CR, the monster, the harder it is to balance it and to design it in a way that it's going to feel really fun. There's a lot of stuff in here that works really well. I think almost all of it would work better on a lower CR monster, and if you could, and focused in a little bit. I think you're worrying too much about this being a big, high-level monster, and I think that you're doing yourself a disservice in your own development if you start with the super high monsters. And I get it, man. It's you want to. That's the thing you're excited for. But I'm telling you, if you figure out how to write a CR 5 monster really well, you are going to make so much better CR 18 monsters. So much better. I looked it up. Chrono Arc looks like a deck-building roguelike. These mechanics make sense for that. Yeah, but D&D is not designed for it to be a deck-building game. Especially not for the Dungeon Master, who's needing to keep track of a bunch of stuff. But, you know, that is what it is. Like, that's one of those things where it's like, that's why you should start a little simpler. Because you can kind of spend... The other reason why it's good to start simpler is you can finish projects much more quickly. So, if you're not sure if an idea is going to work or not, you don't need to spend a week and a half on it before you know if that time is spent well. You can, you know, spend 2 days on it and then finish your monster and then share it with people. I don't really know what the vibe of this thing is supposed to be with quick draw. Like, there's elements of it that feel like it's a duelist, elements of it that feel like it's a gunslinger, and I think that both of those ideas can work well. But I think, unfortunately, this quick draw mechanic really doesn't work, and way too much of what makes this monster unique is relying on that. So I think the thing to do is to reorganize it, simplify it. If you want to keep it high level, keep it high level, but figure out how to make it work without quick draw, or at least translating quick draw into something that's reasonable. Oh, I know that it's McCree. I got it. It's not exactly McCree. We don't get any sort of cool roll. And we don't get any sort of, like, Deadeye. So it's McCree adjacent, I would say. It's McCree adjacent. Apparently it's based off something from Chrono Arc. I don't think it's a particularly... I'm going to tell you, Brandon, I think you are maybe going out on a limb a little bit. I think some of the McCree is there, but I think there's a lot of stuff here that's really not McCree. I think that you're thinking it's McCree because there's something called Fan the Hammer, and there's a flashbang. But nothing else on this is McCree. At all. McCree doesn't have a sword. McCree doesn't have anything with weird duels. Fan the Hammer does not work like this, right? At all. Like it's I mean, I guess it kind of does, but Deadeye is such a big thing. We don't get any dive roll, so I think you're pulling at straws a little bit. Next time you'll be a little bit less ambitious with the CR. I mean, be ambitious with the CR, but I think you have to make sure that you're doing a little bit of research to back up the ideas you want to work with to see if they work. So, like, a really good thing to do when you're building high CR monsters is to look at a lot of other high CR monsters. And I also think that you said this is your first homebrew. I'm not sure how much D&D you've played, but try to remember that whatever you are designing here, it needs to be able to be implemented by people that might not have access to computers. And the Dungeon Master has limited brain space. I would say it's not doing enough damage. The whole Deadeye is like kill shots. That's the whole point of Deadeye. It's like super damage. Anyway, pretty fun piece. I expected it to be much more of a shit show than it was, if I'm being honest. I saw this massive stat block and I was like, this is fucked. It's not really that fucked. It's a little fucked, but it's way less fucked than I thought it was going to be. All right. Thank you very much, Laris, for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Ain't nothing wrong with being ambitious. I just think it's good to make sure that you are still striving to, like, learn the mechanics and learn the core sort of design mentality. And it is easier to do that with smaller pieces. That doesn't mean you have to do smaller pieces. But it's the exact same thing with, like, creative writing. If you want to become a good writer, you can decide, I'm going to be a novelist and I'm going to write novels. And that might work. But if you decide I'm going to be a novelist and I'm going to write a bunch of short stories before I write a novel, your writing is going to improve much faster. You might not be better at writing novels, and you might have written less novels by the end of a certain amount of time, but I think you will be a better writer and might be, like, the novels you will write after writing short stories for a year will be better than the novels you would write if you just spent a year trying to write a novel. In my opinion. But who knows? Luis. You got 2 new people. Oh man, guys, the other thing that happened with camping, and it's gonna come up on stream soon. Actually, I'll just let it happen when it happens. We'll see. I'm not gonna force it early. The syntax was solid, dude. The syntax was fine. I didn't read through all of Quick Draw because it didn't seem pertinent. But I think the writing was mostly good. All right, guys, lay your claim to the wheel. Ask for forgiveness or blessings or whatever you want. I'm going to actually DM Rob right now. Because I'm going to forget. I am DMing you to remind myself to check in with you about something. Okay. Who's messaging me? Okay, sorry. I got distracted by DMs. I apologize. Jigabiggle. What a great name. That's a really funny name. That's a crazy person name. Fun monster that does overtime damage and is based around oil. Also, slugs are awesome. That's sort of an ominous. All right, I'm here for it. Let's see what we're working with. I love monsters. When I started, my very first time really deep diving homebrew writing, and it's when I first started to really, I think, learn how to write homebrew, I decided I was going to write a D&D monster every day. And I did it for about 3 or 4 months before I stopped. And I learned a shit ton in that time. But I love monsters. Monsters are a great place to push the boundaries of mechanics and sort of figure them out. So this is a slug dragon. All right, cool. Love it. Love it. CR6, 13 AC, 133 hit points. Make sure you're doing your math right. What's 14 times 4? Is it 56? If it is, good job. Got some saving throws. Vulnerable to cold. You can do that if you want to. But it's not a lot of hit points. That's fine. It'll be fine. Mucus slide. But why is it vulnerable to cold? Why is a slug vulnerable to cold? That's why I'm confused by it. Okay. Mucus slide. And it can fly. The slug can move through spaces. Is it an ooze? It is an ooze. It leaves behind a slick, oily trail that makes the ground in its wake difficult terrain. I'm going to make a suggestion. Can somebody remind me when I'm done reading this? I want to make a suggestion regarding the cold vulnerability, because I think there might be a more fun way to express that. Thanks for looking at my parry dagger. I changed it so you can only parry a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per day. Yeah, that definitely makes it more balanced, for sure. That makes it more balanced. Good call. Also, it does kind of work in a nice way where it's like you can do it more as you grow in skill as a fighter. I don't know. I like that. I'm here for it. Slugs die when they're frozen. Shades. That sentence you just said could apply to, like, most animals. Do humans not die when they're frozen? You know? Do dogs? I think everything dies when it's frozen. Except for, like, maybe, like, tardigrades. Alright. It can breathe air and water. It's slippery. It has advantage on ability... Okay, blah, 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 blah. Never-ending sludge. At the start of every turn, all adjacent tiles, including the squares the slug is standing on, become doused in dark, sticky liquid. What are tiles? Tiles implies a battle map. We don't necessarily know if a battle map is being used. So how would you say adjacent tiles without a battle map? 5 feet, yeah. At the start of... Is it every turn? Or is... Also, it probably shouldn't be every turn. It should probably be this monster's turn. Because a turn is like... Let's say we roll initiative. You have a turn, and then I have a turn, and then another guy has a turn, and then it's back to the top of the round. So that would mean this is happening, each one of those. So they should probably happen on its turn. At the start of each of its turns, the slug emits a dark, sticky liquid within 5 feet. Any creature standing next to the slug gets doused. Walking through the liquid counts as rough terrain. When a doused creature is hit with a slug's spit or breath attack, it is lit ablaze. Until someone takes an action to douse the fire, the creature takes some fire damage at the start of each of its turns. There should be some sort of saving throw against being doused, if the dousing is going to set them on fire. Or, creatures should be able to do something to de-douse themselves. Like, take an action to do it or something. What is rough terrain? It's like the beach. It's like rocky beaches. You know, beaches that aren't sand beaches, but rock beaches. Or like, if you're walking down, like, really, really steep sand for, like, a very long time. The joke is rough terrain doesn't mean anything in D&D. It literally is a nothing word. Difficult terrain is the language you're looking for. Difficult terrain. Let's see what else we got going on here. It's got multi-attack. It bites things. It spits things. Why is the spit set things on fire? It's acid. That doesn't make sense to me. I would not do that. Wait, why is anything setting it on fire? Acid doesn't make fire. I'm going to be honest, man. I think you kind of messed up your flavor. So it's got a spit. It's got claws. It can do a cone attack that does some acid damage. Also, if the breath attack douses them, then what's the point of this dousing? I don't know. It just feels like redundant then. The slug teleports to a doused tile. Okay, I like that. Okay, so I think you probably need to figure out better language for doused tiles. I kind of think the word doused is not good. I also think you need to spend a little bit more time thinking about, like, how long does that remain? Like the way that I was reading it is that it's just something that sort of stays with the creature, but the way that you are writing it here, it implies that, like, it leaves a trail behind it. How long does that trail last? Does it last forever? Does it last until the end of its next turn? Like, I think we need language for that. And I also am gonna be kind of a dick here, but it doesn't make any fucking sense that this thing is catching people on fire with acid. Like, literally makes no sense at all. That's just not how any of that's just not how that works. Like, the flavor is diametrically opposed to what is happening, and it's making it not good. So I think you got to figure that out, and I think if you want this thing to be like something that is setting guys on fire, I think you probably should, like, why is it a slug dragon? Like, it shouldn't be called a slug dragon, right? Like, make it a slug or make it not a slug. But this is not a slug dragon. This is like a tar dragon. And if you want to make it a tar dragon, cool, make it a tar dragon. But it shouldn't be doing acid damage. It shouldn't be a slug. All that stuff needs to change. Okay, vulnerability to cold damage. What if it did not take vulnerability to cold damage? What happens to liquids when they are cold? What happens to liquids when they're cold? They slow down. They get firmer. So what if when this thing takes cold damage, it gets, like, less movement speed and higher AC? What if when it takes damage, it gets a penalty to its dexterity saving throws, a penalty to its movement speed, and a bonus to its AC? That could be cool. I think that might be more fun than vulnerability to cold damage. Regardless of whether or not some acids oxidize, that might be true. But that is you looking for examples as opposed to seeing them on this page, right? Like, regardless of if there is an example of something like that doing that in real life, it is not evocatively in the page here. And there's nothing on this monster to me. Honestly, there's very little on this monster to make me understand why we're setting things on fire at all. I feel like a slug ooze dragon would make a lot of sense to leave sticky slime behind and for that slime to be hard to move through. And I think the idea that you could, like, dip into the slime and, like, reappear other places that the slime are is fucking cool. But the whole fire thing just feels very forced and out of place. Because they do set fires? What are you talking about? Are you talking about in real life? Who fucking cares, man? In real life, cold damage, you should probably be able to use Ray of Frost to turn off a wall of fire, but guess what? None of them are actually that because it's a fucking D&D game. You know, like, you can, like I said, you can, if you want to look for pedantic arguments of why you think it makes sense, go for it. That's not going to help this writer. That's not going to help this monster feel more evocative. That's not going to help this improve, right? That's just going to be like, let's find an excuse so that this semi-formed idea can exist in a way that I am accepting it. That's, who fucking cares? That's not helping. What's helping is to say, you call this a slug dragon, and it's partially a slug ooze dragon, but also partially a flame tar dragon. And right now, those two ideas are not mushing together. So, I think that you gotta pick a lane, or you gotta figure out how to mush those ideas together. It could be combustible but have no way to set things on fire itself. That's also kind of an interesting idea. Sort of like web, right? Like it leaves like web spell behind it anywhere it goes. Where it leaves like this stuff that could get you stuck, but you can set it on fire and it burns everybody in it. You're following up on a bug, mixing up multiple bugs. I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't remember. Burning tar slug seems fun. I think it seems fun too. I just think it feels right now like it sort of is trying to be two different things at the same time. I also think you might want to look at spells like web. Not to copy exactly, but for language of like areas of difficult terrain that can be like ignited. Or you could look at, what is it? Like literally vial of oil or vial of alchemist fire. We'll have similar language for that. Grease would be another one. But grease is also not restrained. Like grease isn't slowing things down, it's slipping them. But grease would also be another good one to look at. Regardless of what direction you want to go in with this guy, if you do stick with the sludge trail, getting the mechanics clear here is going to be really important. When is the sludge produced? Does it leave a trail of sludge? Does it make a little plume of sludge at a certain point in its term? How does that interact with characters? How long does that sludge stay? All of that really matters. That's the kind of stuff that, like, a dungeon master needs that information in order to implement the monster. And if you don't give that information and the dungeon master interprets it, well, either A, dungeon master might just not use the monster because they feel like it looks like it's unfinished because there's not enough information. But let's say they decide, I'll interpret it however I want. If they don't interpret it the way that you assumed is the right way to interpret it, now the power balance and maybe even like the feeling and the vibe of the monster might be completely off. Because if you want this to be like a snail trail, but somebody else is reading this as like a big plume, that's a completely different monster, right? A dragon that leaves a snail trail is different than a dragon that like does a little burst every round. So you want to make sure you get that language in there. It's gonna be important. It's an interesting idea, though. Fun monster. I think you just got to pick a lane and tighten in never-ending sludge. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. All right, Giga Blag, Giga Biggle. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's super evocative, for sure. If anything, it's like too evocative. Like it's evocative in too many different directions. Grease does not state it's flammable. That doesn't surprise me. Because whenever I think of flammable stuff, I do always jump to web. But grease totally should be flammable. Totally should be flammable. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Kaboosh. Rodri is at the bottom. We have a new one, Dias. Alrighty. Use the flask of oil, fire damage when igniting a grease spell. I think that makes sense. It's just kind of, it's a little bit crazy that, grease just doesn't do fire though. You'd think it would, right? Like, why it no do fire? I don't know. I don't know why it no do fire. I didn't know do fire. Is there some event going on today or something? Like in the online space? I'm just... Sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at the D&D Twitch channels, and literally everybody is at like 10 to 30 viewers less than they normally are. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Boo, Nate. Nate the Great. Everybody's watching the monk video. What you got for us, Nate? Adding some rules so my players can build a bond with monsters they manage to tame. I'll be making a tracking page on which players can easily keep track of their companion's stats. Oh, okay, I see. You sent me several links. I'm only going to open one of them. All right, I'm going to be as... Oh, you're going to hate me so much, but I'm going to... Okay, I don't have much... I'm not going to have a lot to say about this piece. I'm going to be honest. So... There are companion rules in D&D already, which is why I'm not going to say much about this. There's sidekick rules. They exist in the game. If you don't want to use them and you want to make up your own, I think that's fine. But it's just worth thinking about. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm going to skim it. How do you determine the stat? Okay. Honestly, the most important thing here is figuring out what's the CR of your companion. Like, how do you limit your monster? How do you picking which sort of monster? Creature must have an intelligence of 5 or less, a challenge rating no higher than your character level, divided by 4. So a CR... So if I'm a... All right, the easiest way to judge that... Okay, we're going to skim it a little bit. It makes death saves. It can use your hit die. It shares your initiative. Your companion's communicated modifier is your animal handling plus your companion's intelligence. What? This is confusing in how it's being represented. You should not... If I don't... Who is this? Are you here? Nate, I don't know if you're here. If you're not here, I apologize. If you are here, clarify this for me. If this is for your home game, that's one thing. But if it's... I would not start describing the mechanics for a monster's fucking... like, communication modifier... before I know what a communication modifier is used for. I would clarify what a communication modifier is before I talk about how to calculate the number for it. Whenever you're introducing new D&D mechanics, it's pretty important that you do it in an order of operations so that I am understanding pieces as I'm going and that understanding's kind of building as we go. I'm immediately like, what the fuck is a communication modifier? You know? Like, this sentence should be before this sentence. When you want to communicate something to your companion, make a comm DC, whatever, check. It increases as you form a stronger bond. It's a bonus action. You can command up to 2 of your companions at the same time. You can have more than one of these at the same time. This is very confusing. I'm probably not going to read that much more of this. But basically, this is going to make it so your game is irrelevant from regular D&D rules. That's the most important feedback I can give. If everybody just has a monster pet or multiple monster pets, and you're now using a different game system for using those monsters, you're sort of not playing D&D. Or you're playing like just a different aspect of the game. Yeah, it's a bit much. I think it's a bit much. It just feels like too much. Like, there are plenty of D&D mechanics for including companions into a D&D game. This feels like it would be better suited for a companion game. It is pretty cool if you're trying to build a game around companions. He seems to have put a good deal of thought into it. I'm not saying he hasn't, but what I'm saying is just because you've put a good deal of thought into it doesn't mean that it's clear. doesn't mean that its expression makes sense, and doesn't mean that it really works in D&D. Casper, why do you keep adding me, dude? Your bond score describes the strength of your relationship. It starts at 0 and goes up to 12. The DM can grant a bond point when they see fit. What do we use bond for? Like, again, you're describing these things before we know what the fuck they are. I don't give a shit about how this fucking works if I don't know what it does. Explain what it does first. How about this? You and your beast, you and your companion, the power of your companion is represented by its bond. This bond is your relationship with it. This is represented by by bond, which can go from 0 to 12. Bop, 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 bop. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need the purpose. Okay, so this is what bond does. But again, we need the sentences literally explaining it. You don't have any sentences explaining any of the intention behind any of these mechanics. You observe your new companion as it interacts with the environment. You learn its size. What the fuck does this mean? What? So wouldn't you know that anyway because you have its stat block? I'm so confused. So bond level 0 is just nothing, I guess? Like... So this implies that you don't have access to your beast's monster stat block? I don't understand what's going on here. I don't... Like, why do we need this... Like, are you not using your monster stat block when you have it? This implies... A level 0 bond implies you don't have access to the monster's stat block. That would imply that the dungeon master has to keep track of that for you? That's fucking crazy. And then who gets a +1 to their con modifier? You? Oh, your com modifier. I still don't know what the fuck that does. We still don't really understand what it does. I understand that it's how you communicate with your monster, but to do what? We don't fucking know. Like, why can't you just talk to it? You know, like, what if you have telepathy? What if you could speak with animals? I don't know. There's just a lot of things here that feel like they're confusing and not building in a way that I think makes sense. As you watch your companion, you gain a better understanding of its skills. You know, yeah, I completely disagree with you not having access to your monster stat block and that growing over time. All that is a lot of work for the Dungeon Master. Yeah. Yeah, Arth is right. That's a shit ton of work for the Dungeon Master. Like, way too much. Okay, I think we're going to stop reading this here. I think it is a noble thing to create a system for your monsters for your players to have pets. You need to think about how easy that is for dungeon masters and players to implement and to use. The other thing that you need to think about is how much fucking time this is going to take. Because the way this is currently worked, the way this currently is written, if you want your companion to do anything, you need to make a check, and then you need to tell them to do a thing, and then maybe that thing succeeds. So for every pet you have, that's 2 to 3 more steps in the process that you have to do to have a single round of, like, combat or anything. You know? It's just, like, a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of steps and a lot of, like, new vernacular, and it's kind of jumbled in both how it's explained and I think how it will be iterated. Also, how are we limiting what pets we can get? Okay. I feel like you could juke that system pretty easily. Okay, so it's like why are we talking about bond levels? Whatever. Yeah, this is I'm sorry if I'm not trying to shit on this idea at all. It's like I can see you put a lot of work into it. I can see that there's a lot of heart in here. But the way this is organized is making it both tedious and convoluted. To get through. And to understand. All right, so where did it say? So these are the limits. We can have a pet. Where is it? I can't even find it. Okay, here's the limits. It has to have a CR of 5 or less, and it has, okay, intelligence of 5 or less and a challenge rating of your level divided by 4. If there is anything else that this monster needs, if there are any other limitations, and you're like, you didn't see those other ones, you didn't put them here. So it is not my fault that this thing is fucking complicated to find them. So assuming that these are the limitations, let's see what sorts of pets we can get. Oops. Monsters. CR1. Just see what we're working with here. This is going to be like assuming you're level 4. Let's check. Let's see. Check that. Check that. Check that. Check that. Check. What else do we want to check? Check that. Check that. What if you cast Feeble Mind on a creature? It's a great call. Let's check that. Let's see. All of these, I think, have too high intelligence. Let's check that. Let's check that. Let's see what else. Let's check. What I'm doing right now is I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out just how powerful these things are. So I'm looking for monsters that are like particularly powerful at a lower level, because this needs to work at level 4. If it doesn't work at level 4, it doesn't work. I think it's intelligence. I think the bugbear's intelligence is too high. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Intelligence too high. Intelligence. Okay, so you could have an animated armor as your pet. You could have a... At level 4, you could have a monster with 33 hit points, 18 AC. Not crazy, but still pretty fucking good. I mean, blind sight and all those immunities at 18 AC is not is nothing to put your nose up to. You can't have that. You could have a young basilisk, which could straight up petrify creatures. So, I mean, right there. That's pretty broken. If you pick a young basilisk, you are in a situation where every single monster fight you have for the rest of the game, they have to basically be rolling at this. They're going to be blinded, unless they're willing to become petrified. So like that's kind of busted right off the bat. Not high enough. These guys are sort of a nothing. This is another one I'm a little worried about. Bronze Scout. Their damage is pretty good. They've got a really good burrow speed. Oops, they've got a really fucking good after recharge feature. Fire Newt is also... Oh, they're too smart. Giant Eagle's too smart. That's funny. Ice Spider is another one that's like... Oh, that's not too crazy, but, you know. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. And... I'm sorry if I didn't dive in deep enough to look at all the nuance, but unfortunately, if you want the nuance to work, it needs to express itself in a way that is easier to digest. And I also think that it's probably overpowered in a way that is going to be really hard to run. I think that if your goal is to make a game where you are playing Pokemon with monsters... I think you got to simplify a lot of these interactions. And I think you got to be very, very, very aware of all of the different potential monsters at these guys' disposal. And I don't really have much more to say other than that. There's definitely some interesting... I mean, the idea is interesting. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if the mechanics are interesting. It's quite hard for me to grasp them because a lot of this is just fucking confusing. The communication thing just seems like an extra step for no reason. The bond thing is like a good way to show the development of your relationship with the monster, but when we look at what it actually is, it's like it implies a lack of information from the player's perspective that is basically impossible to ask a dungeon master to do. It's sort of like it would almost be the you know what's the equivalent of? It's the equivalent of every single character getting wild shape and expecting the dungeon master to keep track of all of the stat blocks of all of the wild shapes. It's just absurd. And then the way this grows kind of seems like it just ties back into these features, which, again, straight up feel redundant to me. It's just extra steps. It's a ton of work. It's extra steps. And I'm worried about the power balance of it. So I think there's a cool idea, but definitely needs some work if you want this thing to be usable in a pleasant way by the public. Some very, very fun ideas, but build it with more clarity of instruction. Things that you could look at if you want some advice on that is look at things like literally the companion things in Tasha's. Or any of the subclasses in D&D that get minions, right? The Drake Warden, the new Beastmaster, and how they mechanically interact with their pets. And don't just look at it to be like, oh, that's why that does that. Cool. Try to think about like the why. Why did they write it that way? Why did they hyper simplify the way that you get to have your pet fight in combat? Why did they move away from your beast stat block being a specific beast and being being a special stat block that you just get? Like, why did they make those choices? They made those choices to make it easier to implement. You are pushing hard against those. You gotta earn that, either through the writing or through through seeing it in the mechanics in a way that makes the intention make sense. So, that's what you're sort of pushing up against. If I were you, and I don't think you need to do this because it's a lot of work, but if I were you, if I wanted to build a game around you having monster pets, I would probably build new monster stat blocks for this. I'd probably build at least one for every monster type. So it would be the aberration pet, the celestial pet, the fiend pet, the fey pet, etc. And then maybe even within those, each one would have like subcategories. So if you had an aberration pet, it could, grow into an little aboleth, or grow into a little beholder, or grow into a little mind flayer. Or if you had the whatever. But because this system just ain't working right now for me. You could pick up Stibble's Codex of Companions. That's also a very good solution. If I was going to use this in my group, I would work with my players to figure out the kind of thing they want and then make a unique stat block of what they want. Yeah, I think that's the move. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Nate. A very bold and not aspirational. What's it called when you're like striving for something big and crazy? It's that. What's the word? I can't think of the word right now. It starts with an A, I think. Ambitious. Thank you. Very ambitious, and I appreciate ambition. But I think that right now, if you're going to keep the system as it is, my main feedback is going to be reorganize the way you're giving this information so that it is both fun and easy to read. It needs to be fun to read. That's hard, but it needs to be fun. And part of what makes it fun is giving us the information in the way that everything leads into the next thing, logically. But I also think it's worth thinking about basically fundamentally rebuilding it from the ground up and not having all of these extra complicated systems. All right, let's give Nate a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. One, two. Buckle my shoe. Humana, 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 humana. That's a good prayer, dude. People don't be getting that. That listen, I'm not in charge, but if the wheel doesn't listen to that, they're being kind of a jabroni. Bucket a 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 bop 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 bop. Poof. Luis. Is this a balanced homebrew boss for a party around level 15 to 17 or higher? Is there an attempt or higher? This is an attempt at homebrew, but heavily inspired boss from another game. A lot of monsters today. A lot of high-level monsters, too. People love their high-level monsters. All right, so we're just going to ignore that you didn't do any of your math. That's fine. Did you do math down here? No. You did not. So, you have to do your math right. So, this monster doesn't have a challenge rating, but challenge rating is really important because it determines its proficiency modifier. So, the way this thing is written right now, none of its numbers make any sense. This thing has a +6 to intimidation, okay? It has a +3 to charisma. So that implies that it has a +3 proficiency bonus because 3 + 3 is 6. But then it has a +8 to its strength, but only a +9 to its athletics, which means that it would be a less than CR0 monster because even the smallest monster in the game, when it adds its proficiency modifier to something, it gets at least +2. So, all of your math is wrong. You need to fix that. Remember that D&D monsters work the exact same way as D&D characters. If you have a level 15 monster, if your players have +5 to their proficiency bonus at that point, so does your monster. Which means that if this thing is proficient in athletics, its athletics check would be +13. If this thing was proficient in intimidation, this would be +8, etc. Also, you really should, I wouldn't write it. I mean, I guess you could write it like this. I don't think you need to write traits. I would try to put it into more of a stat block format if you can. Even if it's just getting rid of traits and just putting, like, lines here. It doesn't have any... If you're going to be making a monster for a group of players that are level 15 through 17... Skim! You dirty dog. It's been far more than 5 months. I'm just horribly inconsistent with my subscriptions. I know, Skim. Skim, you're one of my OGs, dude. I mean, I don't know if you're like OG, but I feel like you've been I feel like you've been a part of my show since before I blew up on YouTube. I remember us arguing about skim milk fucking long time ago, like at least a year ago. Yeah, last August. That makes sense. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Okay, so chat, there's some really big things missing here. This is a monster that's intended to be a boss for level 15 through 17 characters. What's missing? Name 1 to 3 things. Quickly, now. Right now. Boom, 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 boom. What's missing? What's missing? What's missing? What's missing? We've got skills, senses, and language. Legendary resistance doesn't go up here. But yes, it should have those. Saving throws. Resistances. Yes, yes, yes. This thing has no resistances, no immunities, and no saving throw proficiencies. It needs all of those things. This is a boss for a level 15 group. It needs immunities. it needs saving throw proficiencies, and it needs whatever the fuck the other thing I said was. Also, this hit points is too high. The way this thing is written right now, you cast Feeble Mind on it, or you can actually, we don't know what it does. I would say you probably cast Dominate Monster on it. It's got a +3 saving throw. It's going to fail that save, and then it's just your pet. And then they can't do anything. It's actually a humanoid. You don't even need to waste an 8th level spell. You use like a 5th level spell. Cast Dominate Person, or whatever level that spell is. Are you enjoying it? I know these streams get a little bit addictive. So, right now, this monster is taken out by like a 4th or 5th level spell. So it needs saving throws, it needs resistances, it needs immunities. The other thing that Adon brought up is that it should probably have some legendary resistances. Usually a big boss monster will have between 1 and 3 legendary resistances, just because you know, you don't want it to be smushed by a single spell. I'm probably not going to go that much later tonight. I'm trying to do a somewhat more regular sleep schedule, and both nights this week I've gone to bed before 2 a.m. and woken up before 9 a.m., which is very good for me because I'm used to going to bed at like 5 a.m., which is not healthy. I'm trying to change that. So we're going to end a little early tonight. Here's the big problem. The problem is that I'm not good at going to bed. So when I finish stream, it's very hard for me to fall asleep because it feels like I just finished my workday. So whenever I finish stream, I'm like up for like at least another hour or two minimum. So I have to like just navigate that. You'll also notice I'm going to start pushing some of the streams to start a little earlier. Like the member review stream on Thursday, we're starting at 5 instead of at 6. All right, let's look at the traits. It has advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. That's fine. While in sunlight, it has disadvantage. Don't give it sunlight sensitivity. Who cares? Pack tactics. That's fine. What is this cloaker swarm stuff? I don't know what this is in reference to. I don't know why it's here. This guy's got cloaker pets later. I guess we'll see. But I don't think it needs sunlight sensitivity. So when a monster, it has... Okay, so the way that this is written, it looks like it can either make 2 attacks with its bone blades or use its cloaker swarm. That's not intended to be that way. Change it. Again, all your math is wrong. Change it. Literally all of your math is wrong. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, like, where's this +5 come from? Because it has +8 to its strength. So this should be a +8. Okay, so it does 3d8 +5 damage. If the target is humanoid, to make a con saving throw, become paralyzed. Paralyzing characters as a thing that happens potentially paralyzing characters on every claw attack, I think is a pretty big mistake. I think it's a pretty big mistake. I think that will be really unfun. What's up, GM Workshop? Let's kill the demigods. Calm down. Calm down. That's going to suck. That's not going to be fun. So I think you need to... I would come up with, honestly, a completely different mechanic for this. Nobody likes being paralyzed. This will not be a memorable fight in a good way if this is the main feature. This will be a memorable fight, and it will be like, do you remember that time that none of us got to do anything? Yeah, it was great. So I would just drop it, honestly. Cloaker Swarm. It summons a swarm of baby cloakers in a 20-foot radius centered on itself. Each creature in that area has to make a con saving throw or take some piercing damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. Turns and rounds are very different things in D&D. A turn is one person using all of their stuff. A round is everybody using their stuff in a round. So, for example, if we roll initiative... I have a turn, and then you have a turn, and then someone else has a turn, and that is the round. So this should probably last a number of rounds, not a number of turns. Also, I'm going to push you a little bit here. A swarm of little baby cloakers is super evocative. Super cool. I love that idea. It's kind of a bummer that the actual mechanics aren't doing anything interesting. Like... You might as well call this Blade Storm. or spike storm, or literally anything. If you're going to do something as evocative as summoning a little swarm of cloakers, I think it's worthwhile to make this do something more interesting than just damage. Especially if you want this to be like a big boss monster. Another way to think about it is, what do you want your combat to feel like? And I don't even necessarily mean round to round. I mean, what do you want your players to think at the end of it? What do you want them to remember? What do you want them to feel looking back on it? Like, do you want them, like, and to a certain extent you can't control that, right? Because some of that is going to be like dice and their decision making, but to a certain extent you can. Boss monsters should create cinematic moments. So whenever you're giving your monster unique features or abilities, you should be asking yourself, is this working towards making this boss feel epic? You know? But you can push the thought, right? I don't know what that's in reference to. Honestly, I don't even think it should have, like, I want to say sunlight sensitivity and pack tactics both feel kind of bad here. I would get rid of both of these, and I would basically say, make this, like, as an action, or maybe not as an action, maybe as a bonus action. This thing summons a swarm of quippers that surround it. I'd make them surround it for a minute. And I'd basically make it like whenever a creature enters into that space for the first time, they maybe take damage. And while the quippers remain, this guy gets some bonuses. Maybe it gets advantage on some of its attack rolls. Maybe it can get some weird magical darkness vibe. Like, if you're going to do cloakers, why is it cloakers? Lean into the illusion of cloakers, or I forget if they have like make the mirror images or do darkness stuff, but like lean into that shit. You don't need it. Because you don't need these things. Because these are basically downsides. Pack tactics isn't a downside, but both of these exist to make this more interesting. You can just make this interesting. It gets legendary actions. What the fuck is this? Get rid of this. Just delete that. Do you want, while the swarm is up, for it to get +5 to its AC? If you do that, if you want that, fucking write it here, you silly goose. Also, that's annoying. This thing passively having an AC of 23 is not going to be fun. That's way too many numbers. That's way too high hit points. This monster is going to be... You don't want your monster to exist in such a way that it is hard to hit and those hits don't feel impactful. That is just going to make your players frustrated. Okay, it can have its movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks. It can send his swarm to a target. He can send his swarm a target in that must make... What? Okay, something's just wrong with your sentence here. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to do here. Mike, I don't think this should... I think you could use the flavor of the cloaker thing, but I don't think he should be sending a swarm out. I would probably say something like Call sends some of his swarm to a target that he can see within 60 feet of him. That target must make a DC whatever Constitution saving throw, take some damage, and becoming blinded on a failed save. Bop, 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 bop. But, like, build it in. Also, it needs a range. He melts into shadows, reappearing behind an enemy. Teleports up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space he can see. Emerges within 5 feet of an enemy. He can make a bone blade attack as a bonus action. Bonus actions cannot happen on other people's turns, so this would not be anything. So that means nothing. So you would just say he can make a bone blade attack, or he can make a bone blade attack as a reaction or something, because you don't get bonus actions on other people's turns, and you only get legendary reactions on other people's turns. Overall, man, I think that these numbers feel too high. He's lacking a lot of basic defenses that will make these numbers being lower feel better. Probably needs more movement speed. And if he's going to be like a cloaker master, I would lean more into that. A lot of this feels kind of flavorless. Like, it just feels like numbers. Lean into cloakers. Cloakers are really unique, evocative monsters. And it's very cool to have this guy summon swarms of cloakers. Little cloakers to do shit. I think that's cool. Lean into that. What is the difference between Veil Step and Shadow Step? Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a really good point. Think about it like this, Luis. What does this do? It allows the creature to move without opportunity attacks. What does this do? It allows the creature to move without opportunity attacks. These are both basically the same feature. Why don't you make them the same? You could just literally get rid of this. The monster will feel exactly the same. Just give it this. Also, realistically, this legendary action should probably consume at least 2 legendary actions, and this legendary action should probably consume 2 legendary. Like, both of these, this thing needs another legendary action that's a little bit more mellow. I think getting a 30 feet move and free attack is a lot, and I think this is a lot. So, maybe this is 2, and this is 2, and then he gets another one that's just, he can make a basic attack, that's 1. But yeah, I think that you got to tone some of it quite a lot. I think you got a lot of work to do before this is a fun monster. And I think that the main thing that I would encourage you to do is to try to figure out what the flavor of this monster is a little bit more explicitly. And lean into the cloaker shit. Drop all the paralyzed stuff. That sucks. Lean into weird illusions or mirror images or darkness stuff or whatever. Hell, I mean, the Bone Blade could just make their movement 0. You don't need to... It could do a lot... There's a lot of different things you could do with it. There's not a right or a wrong way to do it. It's just a matter of, like, asking yourself, what does this monster need to be very specifically evocative to help, to create the cinematic moments that I want to? And then beyond that, how is it going to be fun for the players? Are they going to enjoy fighting it? Cloak of Baby Cloakers is really cool. I big agree. Is it supposed to be a kobold? I didn't get that. It's a humanoid. I guess kobolds are sort of humanoid. Pretty cool idea. I think it feels a little half-baked. And I think that you're going to get a lot of that baking done as you temper the Bone Blade, get all of your numbers right, because they're all fucked. Figure out what sort of resistances, immunities, special senses this thing might have. Simplify and sort of refocus the legendary actions. And then take the Cloaker Swarm and try to make it a little bit more bespoke. Try to make it more unique to this monster. And make it more sort of felt throughout the whole piece. And I think that'll work better. Pretty fun idea, though. I love the idea of a guy that summons a little cloaker swarm that, like, he fights alongside. I think that's really fun. Cool. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Let us give Luis a big old round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Very fun idea, very fun idea. Kaboosh.
Then...
Jesus Christ, that scared me. Okay. Stuff is so stupid sometimes. Alrighty, folks. Oops, wait. 1 second. Okie dokie. Friends, Neighbors, that is going to be it for the evening. But do not fret. I think doing these big wheels again semi-regularly, but not every day, is the way to do it. I feel like I did not enter into crazy evil version of myself at all that stream. I think I was good the whole time. So maybe that's the move. Maybe we stick to the big wheel being like once every month or once every 2 weeks or something like that. We'll figure it out. But really fun stream. I will be back on Wednesday, and Wednesday we are going to be working on a YouTube video together. Where I'm going to be researching SCPs and trying to start turning SCPs into magic items, which I think will be really fun. That'll be Wednesday. And then on Thursday, we have our big member homebrew review, which is literally the exact same format as this, except it's exclusive to members, subs, etc. And people can call in if they want to. So with all of that being said, you guys are absolutely amazing, and let's the most important part of the show has to start. So here, let's get to the most important part of the show. What is it? What is it you say? It's saying thank you.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself.
That is, with their unarmed strikes, which is akin to the tactical versatility that our weapon users have who are using weapon mastery.
Absolutely.
But a whole lot is fun is hiding out in the unarmed strike itself and how it then combines with the monk's various abilities that use the unarmed strike.
This is going to be nuts if you're playing a barbarian and you get to do a 1 level on monk. If the option is you can choose which, if you want to use strength or dexterity to attack. Choose which if you want to use strength. Being able to like get advantage with attacking for grapple.